And we're ready to go, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Welcome everyone to our regular planning meeting. Thank you everyone for joining us. I will read the resolution to call the meeting to order. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. No addendums to the agenda. Before we get started, I'll just introduce everybody. We're all on video and have glitches and everything dealt with, so we should be good to go for tonight. From Ward 1, we have Councillor Link with us. From Ward 2, we have Councillor Bichetti. From Ward 3, we have Councillor Kleiber. We can see you, yay. And from Ward 4, Councillor Pereg. We have our CAO, Brent Alnick, with us. I think you're frozen. There we go. And our planner from Red River Planning, David Patton. And the RM of West St. Paul is our Municipal Legislative Officer, Ms. Shaw, with us as well. We have no addendums to the meeting. I will read the invocation before we get started. Please bow your heads. Please grant the Council of West St. Paul the wisdom and leadership in guiding in our community for the future. We ask for support in fostering an environment that promotes understanding of good governance and respect on the issues that we are undertaking in our roles as municipal leaders. Our goal is to grow and be successful as a community and individuals. Amen. We have 5 planning items this evening. So if you're joining us and excited about planning items, you're in for a treat. We've got 5. So I'm going to read an introduction to public hearings for those of you who may be joining us for the first time. We are aware that most people who attend our council meetings for planning matters, like the ones here tonight, are not completely familiar with how the planning process works. I want to spend just a few minutes providing some additional context so that we all have a better understanding of the process, the requirements around the Manitoba Planning Act, and our local bylaws. Any person can apply for a variance, conditional use, rezoning, or subdivision as per the Municipal Act. By making the application with West St. Paul's Planning Authority, the Red River Planning District, this does not mean that Council has endorsed the planning item. When an application is submitted, Council is required to hear from the applicant and from those representatives who attend the public hearing to speak in favor, in opposition, or for more information. It is important to note that Council is being presented with all the information at the same time as those who are in attendance here today. There are procedures Council members must follow once an application is officially filed with the Red River Planning District and until such time as a decision is made. Council members cannot speak with the applicant or any other person who may be seeking information or wants to speak in support or in opposition of an open application. This guards against anyone influencing council members before the public hearing and ensures each member of council makes their decision based on the same information heard or presented by way of correspondence here tonight. Often residents are frustrated by not being able to speak with their elected officials once an application has been filed, but it is done for these reasons. The Red River Planning District staff can, however, answer questions from the public at any time. The Red River Planning District accepts applications from residents and developers who want to build houses, sheds, swimming pools, garages, decks, and from those who want to subdivide from one lot to larger lot splits. Red River Planning District staff are professional planners recognized by a professional association and are tasked with researching every application. Their work and recommendations to council are made based on a legal framework, not personal opinions. They review each application against the Manitoba Planning Act, our development plan, and our zoning bylaw. They also circulate the application to many other organizations that may be impacted, such as Manitoba Infrastructure, the Public Schools Finance Board, Sustainable Development, Gas, Hydro, and adjacent municipalities such as the City of Winnipeg, East St. Paul, and Rockwood, to name a few. Red River Planning staff does this to determine if the application meets all the legal requirements. At public hearings, council hears from many delegations, and we will ultimately decide if the application is a good fit for our community and if it will be approved. We consider both the legal requirements the planner has researched as well as feedback from our community members. I also just want to briefly touch on the process. To begin a public hearing, a resolution is read to open the public hearing. Our planner begins by presenting information from his report as well as his recommendations to council. Council members can then ask questions for clarification through the chair. We will then hear from the applicant, followed by those who are registered to speak in favor, those who are registered to speak in opposition, and from those who have requested information. At the end of the presentations, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond. At that time, no new information can be presented. Council members will have an opportunity to ask questions for clarification to the applicant or anyone registered to speak on the planning item. All questions must be made through the chair as per our procedural bylaw. All right. And I will read the resolution to open up our first planning item for the evening. Sorry, bear with me here. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recessed for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded by Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Mr. Planner, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first application before you this evening is variance number 136 of 2020. This is two signage variances at 4200 Main Street. The first is to increase the maximum permitted area of business signage, and the second is to increase the number of freestanding signs that are permitted on the property. So this property is zoned CH Commercial Highway. As you can see, it's located on the west side of Main Street in between the CPR tracks and Main Street. It's approximately 7.4 acres in size and is developed with a commercial building housing the Rivercrest Inn and related uses, as well as detached accessory structures. So as I mentioned, there are two signage variances required. The applicant site plan here shows the proposed signs as well as one existing sign that is to remain. That's the pylon sign. They've indicated, the applicant has, that all other signage on the property, that includes mobile signs, banners, and motel-related signage, is to be removed. Again, the only sign that is to remain is that pylon sign, which I'll show a photo of a little bit later in the presentation. So the first variance that's required is to increase the maximum combined area of business signage on the property. So business signage is signs that directs attention to a business, commodity, service, or entertainment conducted, sold, or offered on site. The zoning bylaw permits a maximum combined area of just 32 square feet for business signage. The combined area of business signage that is being proposed by the applicant together with the existing pylon sign equals 395.8 square feet of combined area. So looking at the site plan here, number 1, 2, and 3, those are building face signs that are being proposed. Number 4 and 5 are freestanding signs. 1 to 4 are being proposed. They do not currently exist. And number 5 is the only existing sign on the property that is to remain. So that's the first variance that's required. The second is to increase the maximum number of freestanding signs. So similar to the last variance, the only existing sign, freestanding sign that is to remain is the pylon structure. The other 3 freestanding signs that are being proposed are proposed. They're not currently on site. So I'm going to go through some photos and renderings that the applicants provided of the proposed signage. So this first page before you shows the proposed building face signage. Now these are all business signs. As you can see, there's a sign for the Thirsty Lion Tavern. There's a sign advertising the beer vendor as well as the VLT Lounge. And this is what the proposed signage will look like when it's located on the building. Again, this has been supplied by the applicant. The photo on the bottom shows the existing signage, and once again, all existing signage on the property aside from that pylon sign is going to be removed. In terms of proposed freestanding signage, the applicant is proposing 3 new freestanding signs. The first on the left here is a business sign with the words Rivercrest. The second and third freestanding signs are directional signs, so enter here, as you can see on the rendering on the right. And this is what those signs would look like when installed. Now, I do want to note that as per the zoning bylaw, freestanding signs must be located a minimum of 1 foot setback from property lines. The applicants indicated that these signs will be located the minimum of 1 foot at least. And since the report was written, Manitoba Infrastructure has provided comments indicating that, first of all, no signs are permitted in the highway right-of-way. And I'll note in the rendering before you now, those directional signage that say enter here, they do appear to be within the highway right-of-way. So again, they do need to be off the highway right-of-way on the property, set back at least 1 foot. But of course, that's a rendering only, and the applicant's not indicated the exact setback distance of these proposed signs. Manitoba Infrastructure has also indicated that any signs within 125 feet of the edge of the highway right-of-way require permits from Manitoba Infrastructure. That's in addition to the permits required from the Red River Planning District. The last sign that forms part of this application is that existing pylon sign that I've mentioned a few times. So that's for you now. You can see in the image on the right. So although there are fairly substantial increases being proposed to the signage regulations, it's reasonable for council to consider these variances given the size of the property as well as its location on a major transportation corridor, that being Main Street. And I'll also note that business sign area variances have been approved for other commercial and industrial properties in the RM, including some on Capitalist Drive, Holmes Road, 3rd Street, and Grassmere Road. I just want to end off this with a few photos of the subject property. So once again, the applicants indicated that all existing signage on the property, so all the signs you can see in the photos before you now, will be removed. The only existing sign that's to remain is the pylon sign that I showed a photo of earlier. Should council approve this application, our office recommends the following conditions. First, that the variance is limited to allow an increase in the maximum permitted business sign area, as well as the number of freestanding signs. Any changes in use and a replacement may require a new variance approval. Second, that the applicant obtain all required permits. Third, that the applicant obtain a letter of clearance from the RM in order to ensure the property is in compliance with all applicable RM bylaws. And fourth, that with the exception of the existing pylon sign, all existing signage, including banners, mobile signs, and building face signs, are removed. That's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor, and of course, would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I will go around the virtual council table and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
Yeah, Mr. Planner, I think your diagram doesn't match the photos. The beer store's on the south end, I know that well, and the VLT is on the north end of the building. I know that well too. And the Thirsty Lion, the restaurant, is in the middle, of course. I'm just wondering about that sea can that I see. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up at this. May I bring this up at this hearing, Mr. Planner?
Well, I'll just quickly say that in relation to the storage containers on the property, that condition, condition number 3 that's being recommended, would require a letter of clearance from the RM. So
Okay.
that would require the applicant to bring the property into compliance, which would include obtaining approval for those storage containers or removing them altogether.
Okay. All right. I have no questions. The signs look good and they look appropriate. Thank you.
And I'll just note that in regards to the signage being located in the wrong area, these are renderings that have been provided by the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for the planner?
No, just more of a comment that, we need to look at this because it's going to be coming up in a lot of areas. So otherwise, no, that's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for the planner?
I'll just comment. It looks appropriate to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Prague, any questions for our planner?
Questions for the planner?
Thank you. I do not have any questions as well. It looks appropriate to me. It's set back quite far from the highway, so. All right, if there are no further questions then, Ms. Elias, have we got the applicant wanting to speak on the item?
No, I've just been sitting here listening to you guys, and it's been wonderful. I appreciate the comments, and we'll get the rendering fixed up properly to reflect where the signs are supposed to be. This was just given to me by the designer, so I'll make sure they correct that.
Great. Is there anything else that you wanted to add that the planner missed? The drawings are very good. They help council very much to see what you guys are wanting to do.
Yeah, no, that is it. And as regards to the CCANs, that is being dealt with the RM and I think Red River Planning directly with the client of Red River, Rivercrest Inn, because we have nothing to do with that because those aren't signed.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just going to see if there are any questions for council, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Councillor Bichetti, any questions?
No, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for the applicant?
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any questions?
No question, just some comments. I think the signs will bring out the business because it's way deep inside and people can see it from a distance. So there's no rush turning into there. And seeing that it's deep in there, the signs look beautiful, and people will have ample time to turn in there by seeing the signs from a distance. So very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. And Councillor Link, any questions for the applicant?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions as well. You did a great job on the renderings that you submitted. And I know you've done a lot of work on the inside of your building. And so it's great to see you wanting to upgrade the signs on the exterior of your building as well. So thank you for bringing this to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Elias, do we have anybody registered to speak in support, in opposition, or for information on this application?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We just had Rhonda Mistoe with us this evening for the application. No one additional.
Great, thank you. Then if there are nobody else registered, I will close the public hearing and we can have discussion. Be it resolved that the council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Bear with me here. Whereas an application for variance 13620 was received for the property located at 4200 Main Street to allow existing and proposed signage on the subject property in the CH Commercial Highway Zone from the required 1 max number of freestanding signs and 32 square foot max business sign area to 4 max number of freestanding signs and 395.8 square foot max business sign area. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representations both for and against the application. Therefore, be it resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby approve variation order 13620 with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to allow the increase in the maximum permitted business sign area and the number of freestanding signs as proposed within this application. Any change in use and or replacement may require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtain all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District for installation and removal of signage and Manitoba infrastructure. 3, applicant owner to obtain a letter of clearance from the RM in order to ensure the property is in compliance with all applicable RM bylaws. And 4, that with the exception of the existing pylon signs, all existing signage, including banners, mobile signs, and building face signs are removed. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Pereg. Any further discussion on this application? Seeing and hearing none, then I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we are down now to item 5.2. And I will open up the public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Planner, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is variance application number 151 of 2020. This is also an application to increase the maximum permitted area of business signage. This is for the property at 58 2nd Street. The zoning on that property is M2 heavy industrial. And similar to the last application, the maximum allowable combined area of business signage as per the bylaw is 32 square feet. The proposed sign is 75.83 square feet in area. As you can see, the property is located in the West St. Paul Business Park. It's approximately 1.5 acres in size, and it has been developed with an existing commercial industrial building. That's not shown on our aerial photography, but the applicant did submit a Google image that shows the existing building. And I just want to point out that the location of the proposed signage is on the south side of the building. So as you can see on the rendering submitted by the applicant, the proposed signage features the business name. It's LED illuminated, and once again will be located on the south side of that existing building. And I'll just note that a permit application has been submitted to the Red River Planning District office for this sign. Before we can issue the permit, however, council must approve this variance. And just finally, these are some photos of the existing building on the subject property. So once again, it's going to be located on the south side of the existing building, which if you're looking on the photo on the top, that is the side of the building on the left side of the image. So again, there's the rendering supplied by the applicant of the proposed signage. And this is the photos of the subject property as it exists as of last month. And of course, I'll mention again that other variances to increase the maximum permitted area of business signage have been approved in the RM, including one on nearby 3rd Street. So this is again at 58 2nd Street. Should council approve this application, our office recommends the following conditions. First, that this variance is limited to an increase in the maximum permitted business sign area as proposed. And second, that the applicant obtain all required permits and approvals. That's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Planner. I'll go around the council table here. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for the planner? Thank you. Councillor Pereg, any questions for the planner?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bichetti, any questions for the planner?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And no questions from me as well. Ms. Elias, do we have the applicant on the line?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Andy Kaufman with us this evening.
Welcome, Andy Kaufman.
Hi, hello.
Welcome. Were you able to hear the planner's description of your proposed signs?
Yes, I was.
Is there anything that you're wanting to add? We can see the picture of what you're wanting to do here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the sign, there's a few things that the sign was predicated on, the size of the sign was predicated on, the design of it was this, the signage in the area. There was a few signages that were over the 32 square feet, and the setback from the road, the building is pretty far back from the road, so we wanted to make sure it was visible. And the area on the fascia side, the fascia there has a lot of area that we thought that 32 square feet would have been lost. So those are kind of three things that we kind of built the design on.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go around and see if there are any questions from council for you. Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. Kaufman?
No questions for Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Kaufman?
Yes, just out of curiosity, why was the south side of the building chosen instead of the side that faces onto Second Street?
When we drove in several times to that building location, all access came in from the south side. So, and the reason why we chose that side was obviously the area involved. That there was a lot of area there, whereas at the front of the building there really would have been really nowhere to put the sign where it could have been visible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for the applicant?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. No questions from me as well. Looks like a gorgeous sign, and I'm happy to attract people to your business in West St. Paul.
Great.
Thank you. Ms. Elias, do we have, oh, sorry, Councillor Kleiber, I had thought I'd started with you. I'm sorry, I apologize. Any questions?
I have no
for the applicant?
questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. I thought I started with you. We just keep going around the virtual table here. Thank you for raising your hand. Ms. Elias, do we have anybody registered to speak in support, opposition, or for information?
No, Madam Mayor, no one additional.
Great, thank you. With nobody else registered, then I will read the resolution to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Bichetti, seconded. Councillor Kleiber, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Whereas an application for variance 1520 was received for the property located at 58 2nd Street to increase the permitted area of business signage in order to allow signage to be erected on an existing building in the M2 heavy industrial zone from required 32 feet max to 75.83 square feet max. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representation both for and against the application. Therefore, be it resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby approve variance order 15120 with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to an increase in the maximum permitted business sign area as proposed within this application. Any additional business signage will require a new variance approval. 2, applicant owner to obtain all required permit and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the additional deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. We are on item 5.3. I will open the public hearing. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded. Councillor Bichetti, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Planner.
Thank you. So this is the third and final signage related variance coming before council this evening. Similar to the previous two, this is to increase the permitted area of business signage from 32 square feet maximum up to 94.48 square feet. This is to allow a sign on an existing building at 907 Capitalist Drive. That property is zoned CH Commercial Highway. As you can see by the context map before you, it is located on the north side of Capitalist Drive. It's approximately 2.5 acres in size. And once again, it has been developed with a commercial building. And I'll just note that the sign is for the Clean Line Sewer and Drain. They have been issued an occupancy permit to occupy the existing building on the property. The applicant's site plan just generally shows where this property is located in the wider context. And the applicant has also submitted a rendering of the proposed signage. I will note that a sign permit application has been submitted to our office and is awaiting variance approval before we can issue it. And of course, as I mentioned previously, variances have been approved, similar variances, including 2 this evening, to increase the maximum combined business sign area, including one on Capitalist Drive. Our administration has indicated they have no concerns with this application, and I want to note that last week the report to council was updated with comments from Manitoba Infrastructure. They submitted their standard comments that any signage within 125 feet of their right-of-way require permits from Manitoba Infrastructure, in addition to the permits required from the Red River Planning District. They further advise that all signage must conform to their advertising sign design and location standards. I just want to finish with several photos of the subject property. As you can see, the existing building, the sign would be located on the front of that building facing Capitalist Drive. So once again, this is the proposed sign. As you can see in the rendering, it's at the front of the building. And this is the building as it looked as of last month. Council approve this application, our office recommends the following conditions. First, that the variance is limited to an increase in the maximum permitted business sign area as proposed. And second, that the applicant obtain all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District and and Manitoba Infrastructure. That's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Planner. I'll go around the table. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for the planner?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for the planner?
Yeah, Mr. Planner, I noticed that's a fairly large building. Is Clean Line the owner of the building, and are they the only sole occupant of the building?
So there are 2 units in this building. So Clean Line is occupying one of them. I don't believe we have issued an occupancy permit for the second unit as of yet, but the applicant has been advised that should another business occupy that unit and propose additional signage, an additional variance would be required. Basically, again, this is a combined area of business signage, so any business signage on the property, whether it be on the building face or freestanding, is included in that calculation.
Yeah, I think my concern here is that we have occupancy only on one side, and it's dominating kind of the entire front of the building. So I don't know what would happen if we had another person coming and occupying. What sign would they ask us for, and how could we accommodate them? So I'm a little bit concerned here, and I don't know if you can alleviate any of those concerns, but perhaps I will ask the applicant, because if we did have another application, because of the size of this, where could it possibly go? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, so the property owner is a numbered company. I believe it is Clean Line. They can confirm that. But I would suggest that that is a problem that would be addressed by the property owner as to where to put a second sign if required.
Yeah, that's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Prague, any questions for the planner?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
No new questions, but I had the same question as Councillor Kleiber, wondering if there was another occupant and what would happen if that occupant wanted a sign. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Elias, have we got the applicant with us?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Jeremy Peel with us.
Welcome, Mr. Peel.
Hello.
Hi. Were you able to hear the discussion and the planner's presentation?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great. Thank you. If there's anything that you're wanting to add to the presentation or comment on some of the questions that you heard from council so far?
Yeah, so like I own the entire building. At this point, the 2 units in the back are, well, they're we call it unit 2 because those are sort of more of our storage units for our bigger trucks. So at this point, there is no rental units that are going in there. That being said, in the future, if there ever was a secondary unit or a renter to come along, if you go along Capulus, there are a lot of people use a freestanding sign. So if you look on the approach to the left-hand side there, kind of, you can almost see where I have my billboard sign there. It says, you know, future home of Clean Line. There, you could put a freestanding sign up there, no issue. But at this point, that's entirely my building.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. I'm going to go around and see if there are further questions for you. Councillor Kleiber, I'll start with you. Any further questions, follow up for Mr. Peel?
Well, I think that that's good that you own the whole building, because if somebody else moved in and kicked your sign off, that wouldn't be a good thing. I guess my concern, and I'm going to direct this back to the planner, and is if the sign goes up, which is fine, if another person comes in, I guess they would have to come for a variance again, because I think you're only allowed so many freestanding signs. And I think I'll let the planner speak to that. Mayor Christian, can we have the planner just make a comment on that? Just to clarify, if there was a freestanding, as has been suggested by Mr. Field, would that require another variance for that person coming in?
Mr. Planner?
That's right. So maximum one freestanding sign is permitted per property. So if any additional business signage is proposed on this property, whether it be freestanding or building face signage, an additional variance would be required. The square footage that council is considering approval of would only pertain to the proposed building face sign.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any questions for the applicant?
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for the applicant?
Well, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Mr. Peel?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. And no questions from me as well. Your sign looks like it will be very visible from the highway. Looks very professional. Thank you for joining us tonight to answer questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Elias, have we got anybody registered in support, opposition, or for information?
No, Madam Mayor, no one additional.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I will read the resolution then to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Whereas an application for variance 15520 was received for the property located at 907 Capulus Drive to increase the permitted area of business signage in order to allow signage to be erected on an existing building in the CH Commercial Highway Zone from required 32 square foot max to 94.48 square feet max. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representations both for and against the application. Therefore, be it hereby resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby approves variation order 15520 with the following conditions. 1, this variance is limited to an increase in the maximum permitted business sign area as proposed within this application. Any additional business signage will require a new variance approval. And 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from Red River Planning District and Manitoba Infrastructure. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend that deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the additional deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Prague. Any further discussion on this application? Seeing and hearing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. We are on to application 4.5.4.
Mayor Christian?
Yes.
I'm going to recuse myself from the next two applications. So number 14120 and 14220. Thank you. Do you want me to leave the meeting?
Is this a conflict of interest declaration?
It's a perceived.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay.
And do you want to just let me know when I can come back on?
We'll send you a text or send over for sure and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. 5.4 then, I will open the public hearing with resolution. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Planner, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this variance application, as well as the next variance application on the agenda this evening, are both for the same development. Now that's 2 4-unit buildings that are being proposed for 8 lots on Loganberg Drive. Now the variances are separate because they are for different buildings. So variance 141, the application before you now, is for 167, 171, 175, and 179 Loganberg Drive. The next variance application before council will be for the second building proposed as part of the same development by the same applicant. So I just wanted to make that clear before I get underway. With the presentation for that next application, I won't be going over the same information, but of course, if council wants anything repeated or has any questions, I'd be happy to run over it again. So for variance 141, as I mentioned, it's for 167 to 179 Loganberg Drive. A number of variances are required in order to allow for construction of a 4-unit dwelling, with each unit located on its own lot on the subject properties in the R3 multifamily dwelling zone. As you can see, the subject properties are located in the Whistler Hollow subdivision, which is between Main Street and the Red River. So the lot sizes range from approximately 3,600 to 4,820 square feet, with lot widths ranging from 30 to approximately 40 feet. As you can see, once again, this variance application is for 4 different lots. 1 building is being proposed for these 4 lots. It would have 1 unit on each lot, so it's a 4-unit building with each unit on its own lot. And as you can see, the property has already been subdivided to accommodate this type of development. In fact, that subdivision was completed back in 2014. At that time, variances as well as a building permit were approved to allow for construction of a 4-unit dwelling on these lots, similar to what is being proposed as part of this application. But that was a 2-story development that was approved. This application is for a 1-story development. So obviously that project, despite being issued variance approval and a building permit, did not proceed. The variance approvals lapsed, and so this is a new proposal for these lots. A couple years after that, those variances were approved for that previous 2-story project. There was a proposal, a conditional use application was submitted to allow for nursing homes on these properties. That application faced significant opposition from the public and was withdrawn prior to the public hearing. So there have been several applications that have come forward for this property. So this is the latest application. Of course, the properties remain vacant. I just want to note a few things while we're on the location map here. First is to the west of the subject properties is an RM public reserve. And of course, to the east and to the south, as you can see on the map here, is Loganberg Drive. So the effect of that is the only adjacent privately owned properties are also owned by the applicant. And that's those properties are going to be subject to the next variance on council's agenda this evening. As I mentioned, part of the same development. So the next variance application will be for the second 4-unit dwelling that's part of this development. So I just wanted to mention that off the top that there are no directly adjacent privately owned properties that aren't in common ownership with the subject lots. So the property is already zoned to allow for multifamily residential developments. The zoning is R3. That zoning dates back to 2006. So the zoning on the property has allowed for multi-family residential dating back approximately 15 years. Now that zoning does allow for up to 15 units per gross acre in terms of density. This proposal is approximately 10.667 units per gross acre. Of course, the total units on the entire 8 lots, 8 units being proposed. One for each of the lots. But again, this variance is just for the 4 lots that are shown on the map before you here. The bulk regulations in the zoning bylaw, so that's yard requirements, site coverage, for example, they apply to individual lots. So the variance related to side yards, front yards, and site coverage regulations are required for each of the 4 lots. So that means that a total of 16 variances are required for this building on the 4 lots. So the site plan submitted by the applicant, as you can see, the site plan encompasses both proposed buildings that are part of this development. Council is just considering the building on the left here. So I'm going to quickly run through the 16 variances that are before council as part of this application. So the first 4 variances are to allow a front yard of 20 feet that is reduced from the minimum requirement in the zoning bylaw of 50 feet. So once again, that's to vary the front yard, and there are 4 variances required because there are 4 lots that comprise this part of the development. So those are the first 4 variances for front yard. The 5th variance is to allow for a corner side yard of just over 10 feet. That's down from 30 feet, which is the current requirement in the R3 zoning. There are 7 interior side yard variances required as well. So the first is adjacent to that the other building that's being proposed as part of the development. That's a reduction from 15 feet to 6 feet. The remaining 6 interior side yard variances are for the 0-foot setback where 2 units abut each other, so they share a common wall. Now, this isn't currently permitted in the R3 zone, although this, of course, the type of development is permitted, but it doesn't contemplate that each unit would be on its own lot, and so it doesn't contemplate a 0-foot side yard setback. Now, there is a ongoing zoning bylaw amendment application, which council is of course aware is going through the appeal process as we speak. If that is given 3rd reading, then these 6 interior side yard variances would no longer be required. But because that bylaw has not been approved, the applicant is applying for them because under the current bylaw regulations, they are required. So that the remaining 6 side yard variances would be to reduce the minimum required interior side yard from 15 feet down to 0 feet. And again, that's along the shared common walls. Just a note about the interior side yards. So with the existing lots as little as 30 feet wide, with the 15-foot side yard requirement, it would be effectively impossible for any proposed structure to comply with those side yard requirements. So no matter what's being proposed for these lots, if they're to be developed, they would require side yard variances. And the final 4 variances that are required relate to site coverage. So currently the bylaw allows for a maximum of 40% coverage for the main building on a lot. This building would occupy anywhere from 43.17% to 51.8% of these 4 lots. And I should just mention that site coverage calculation does include attached garages as well as the attached decks. So it includes the main building and anything attached to that. Now there are 16 variances, as I mentioned in total. That's a significant amount of variances, but I want to bring a few things to council's attention. First, in terms of area context, the other lots that form part of the Whistler Hollow development, there are 58 lots that are zoned to allow for single-family dwellings. 33 of these 58 lots required variances related to side yards or site coverage in order to be developed. So in other words, over half of the lots in this development have required variances or relief in some form from yard or site coverage requirements. And again, that's either through variances or the planned unit development process. So just wanted to bring that up, that variances are a common requirement throughout the development. The other thing I want to mention is that the R3 zone permits medium to high density housing developments, the height of up to 45 feet. So that's, again, the existing zoning that's in effect on the property allows for developments up to 45 feet in height. And clearly the regulations in terms of yard requirements have been drafted with that medium to high density housing in mind. Given that the proposed development consists of one-story buildings with an overall density lower than what's permitted in the zone, it's reasonable for council to consider approval of these variances. And as you can see, as I mentioned previously, the elevation drawings submitted by the applicant show that these are one-story buildings that are being proposed. This is a roof layout also submitted by the applicant. And finally, the applicant also submitted some renderings showing what the proposed buildings would look like. And I should just point out that these renderings do show both of the proposed buildings that form part of this development. So that's this variance as well as the next variance. Both those buildings are shown in these renderings. Finally, these are some photos of the subject property as it appeared last month. So these lots are located in a designated flood area. As such, a geotechnical engineering report will be required prior to any building permit issuance. Furthermore, the Water Management and Structures Division of Manitoba Infrastructure has advised that designated flood area permits, as well as flood protection, will be required for all structures. RM administration has requested a revised drainage plan, and if necessary, if deemed necessary by the CAO, a revision of the existing development agreement that's in effect on these properties. Since the report was written, Manitoba Conservation has submitted comment. They note that based upon the fact the lots will be serviced by municipal wastewater, environmental compliance and enforcement has no concerns. Should council approve this application, our office recommends the following conditions. First, the variances are to reduce the minimum required side yards and front yards, as well as to increase the maximum permitted site coverage in order to allow for a 4-unit dwelling as proposed. Number 2, the applicant/owner obtains all required permits and approvals. Number 3, that designated flood area permits as well as flood protection must be provided for all structures. Number 4, that the applicant submits a geotechnical engineering report demonstrating the development will be safe from flooding, erosion, and bank instability. Number 5, that the applicant to provide a revised drainage plan to the satisfaction of the RM if required by the municipal engineer. And number 6, that the applicant to revise the existing development agreement as deemed necessary by the CAO. That's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor, and of course, we welcome any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Planner. And we'll go around our virtual council table here. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner on this application?
Yes, I have a number of questions. First, how far from the Loganberg East to West Road, that's from Main Street around, is the unit at 179, lot 179, from the street?
So that corner side yard that's proposed is 10.167 feet. So that's from the actual property boundary adjacent to the municipal right-of-way. I don't know how far the actual traveled surface is from the property line. So again, it's 10.167 feet from the building to the property line. from the property line to the actual traveled surface of the road. I'm not sure. Municipal administration might be able to give a number for that.
Is municipal administration able to provide that information then, now, or no?
Mr. CAO, can I ask you that question, or Miss Elias?
Madam Mayor, I can find that out, or at least an estimate of what it would be. It'll just take a moment.
That would be great.
Thank you.
While waiting, I can ask another question. I've got a number of them, as I say.
Absolutely, go ahead.
On page 2 of your report, Mr. Planner, it says that each lot has a registered DA on each address. So does that mean that there are 4 DAs related to this application?
So it's my understanding that there's one development agreement that's been registered on the title of each one of these lots. So it's the same development agreement, it's just been registered on each of the lots.
But there are 4 development agreements then, though, that apply.
It's the same development agreement.
Yeah, I understand that, but each unit of the 4 has its own DA.
In a sense, yes.
So if changes were made, 4 DAs would have to be changed.
The changes would have
And
to.
the changes would be the same. I understand that, right?
Those changes
Okay.
would apply to all, would have to be applied to all 4 of those lots.
Okay. From page 2 of your report, I understand that the DAs on each lot limit the potential development to 4-unit townhouses. Well, does that condition necessitate a change to the DA? Because this application is not for 4 townhouses of 2 stories. This application is for 4-unit bungalow-style dwellings. So would the DA have to reflect the change in the type of the design of the buildings?
And so a 4-unit townhouse, that could be, that description could apply to what's being proposed. There is a condition recommended by our office that the existing development agreement be revised if deemed necessary by the CAO, and that's one of the reasons, because your administration will have to look through the development agreement to see if the existing regulations outlined in that agreement are suitable for this or appropriate for the development that's being proposed, because they were written specifically with that previous development proposal in mind that was a 2-story building, as you noted. So that's why that condition has been added as deemed necessary by the CAO, because there may be changes required based on the change in plan.
Okay, I have another question. I understand again from page 2 of your report that the DAs on each lot do not permit single-family dwellings. And I'm wondering if that condition could be changed, because I see the Teal Cove lots, which are large lots, are zoned RS, the same as these lots. So that condition could be changed, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
So that first, I think it's R3 zoning that's applied to these lots, as well as the Teal Cove properties.
Okay, sorry, R3, yeah.
So that development agreement restriction to allow only, to not allow single family dwellings, that doesn't apply to the Teal Cove properties. That development agreement is only in place, and my understanding is it's only in place on the Loganberg Drive lots, which are.
But the Teal Cove on the zoning maps are zoned R3.
Yes, so it's the same zoning that's applied, but then the development agreement is an added level of regulation.
Okay.
That further restricts.
Okay, so could this condition that each lot not permit single-family dwellings be changed in the DA. Is that possible?
The development agreement can be amended, of course.
Okay. Okay. I have another one. Condition 6 of the proposed resolution states that the applicant owner to revise the existing DA as deemed necessary by the CAO. Now, I'm a bit wondering about this because is it not council's job also to make decisions about revised or new conditions that would be contained in a DA? Now, council has not seen the original conditions. How can we comment about the conditions if we don't know what they say? There are conditions on drainage, tree planting, architectural guidelines. I believe that council should see these conditions and be given time to consider these conditions outside of this public hearing. Just let you know. I have another question. Does a sewer line front this development?
So, as per your administration, municipal wastewater services would be provided to these lots. There is no municipal water, however.
I recognize that, but does a sewer line front this development?
That I would direct to your administration as to the exact location of the sewer infrastructure.
Well, I think we need to know that, and I think the applicant needs to know it too, because if he has to put a sewer line down on that section of Loganburg, that would add to costs significantly. And a related question was, is a fire hydrant installed near this property that could serve this property if water service becomes available?
Again, I would direct any questions specific to the availability and location of municipal infrastructure to your administration.
Okay, I guess hopefully Ms. Elias will be able to answer these questions.
Councillor Link, I'll just give our CAO an opportunity to address those questions. You asked about existing DA, what that might cover and include, and you asked about access to wastewater and access to water. And so I will direct those questions to our CAO.
Great, thanks.
Hi, Councillor Link. There's wastewater pipes that run right in front of the a Loganburg address. Those wastewater pipes have been in there for a number of years. There is no water in this community, so this community all on well water.
Thank you.
Madam,
CAO. Yeah,
Madam Mayor,
go ahead,
if
Ms.
you
Elias.
ever, I can add for the sewer line. It is located on Loganburg on the same side as the proposed townhouses. And it includes service lines that would connect to the property lines. There's also a water line that's been installed in the area, again with sewer lines, but it's not operational at this time as there's no connecting pipes to Whistler Hollow. And as for hydrants, there are 2 hydrants located nearby, again, across the streets, roughly in front of 179 and 155 Loganburg.
And they're not operational at this time.
Not until water service becomes available.
And then just to follow up, if you know, generally, Councillor Link was asking about the development agreement, Ms. Elias. Generally speaking, what would be included in that development agreement for phase 2?
Well, in the current development agreement that's registered on the properties, It does indicate that only 2 4-unit townhouses can be constructed, and they're to be substantially in the same form as shown in an attached schedule. In that attached schedule, it does show 2-story units. Other than that, there's also some additional requirements that council may be interested in. In the development agreement, it says that the developer is to install 2 wells to service the properties with water, and that there's to be a well agreement registered to the properties. The developer is also to provide 1 tree per lot. And that property owners, they would have 2 years to construct their homes after the title has been transferred in land titles. There's architectural guidelines that are included. With the architectural guidelines, these are enforced by the developer. So they would have minimum unit size, requirements regarding massing, exterior color and material requirements, design requirements for the type of roof, driveway and sidewalks, also requirements for fencing. It lists that cedar and treated lumber would be permitted, chain link wouldn't be permitted. And for the general design guidelines, a lot of them are fairly similar to what was applied for the single family dwellings in Whistler Hollow.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. Councillor Link, any additional questions for the planner?
Yeah, just to clarify with Ms. Elias then, because the DA specifies townhouses 2-story, does that necessitate that the DA, we either need a new DA or we need an amended DA?
I would recommend an amended DA to adjust that requirement.
Okay. Back to the planner then. Thanks, Ms. Elias. Is it possible to have a condition added that would limit construction to single-story dwellings in the DA? I guess that's just a yes or a no question, I think.
Well, these variances are specific to the development that's being proposed, which is a 1-story building. So if the applicant all of a sudden decided they wanted to have 2 stories, these variances would be void. So they would have to come back for new variants.
Okay, good to hear. So we have single-story dwellings here. Is a condition possible that would limit occupancy of these units to the registered owner and his or her family? I doubt it, but
No,
no.
it's not possible to regulate who occupies.
Right. And is it possible to state that rental of owned premises not be permitted?
No. So
No.
you can't regulate who
Right.
Who occupies the building.
I thought so. Okay. Is a condition possible that the developer agrees to pay the RM for a number of trees to be determined of a type approved by the RM and of a size approved by the RM in order to improve the creek stability in the public reserve area?
So I guess the first thing I'd mention is that the existing development agreement, as Ms. Elias mentioned, does already require some tree planting. The other thing I'll mention is any conditions should be specific to the variances being applied for. So I don't see any way that requirement for planting trees on an adjacent property would apply to the variances being applied for.
Okay, so the answer is a no there. Okay, but trees are expected to be planted, one in each yard, right? That
Based on the information
currently,
provided by Ms. Elias, yes.
okay. And is a condition possible that a new geotechnical report be made accessible to the residents of Whistler Hollow?
I believe that would be outside of the scope of
Yeah.
the variance. So there is a requirement that a geotechnical report is submitted, but I wouldn't recommend a condition that would make that available. I think that's outside of the scope of what's being applied for.
Okay. I have more questions in regards to the conditions. I've taken up quite a bit of time. Maybe, Madam Mayor, you might like to move on to someone else, and maybe when we're talking about conditions, I could speak again.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
Councillor Link. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for the planner?
Yeah, a couple. Some of them might relate to our admin. If Miss Elias was getting a side yard on the road right away, I was wondering the front yard right away. I'm just trying to see the distance, the length of the driveways, because they're trying to cut this down to 20 feet, and I just want to make sure we're not going to have vehicles sticking out on the road, if bigger vehicles, that kind of stuff. And the site plan doesn't show the distance on that section of the property. So it's showing 20 feet. I just wanted to know what the right of way was from the property line to Loganburg, like in front of the driveways. That's one of the questions. And another question is, since this development, I was involved in it when it first started, so I'm just gonna go out with it. There was some changes being made numerous times from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3. And I'm just wondering if we can add a condition that the developer would add stuff for outside of the scope of the service area. Because in the original plans of this whole development, there was a small park designed for the area. It's been moved, like I said, from phase 1, then it was going to be moved to phase 2. And I just want to make sure that there is something put in there to, I guess, commit to a small green space area, but not just in walkways, that kind of stuff. Just want, is that something we can add in a condition? I don't know if that's for the planner or back to our administration.
So you can only add conditions that are specific and relevant to the variances being applied for. So a requirement to add park space to elsewhere in the development, that would not be something the council could add a condition for.
Okay, and then I guess back to this geotechnical design. Now in phase 1, there was some, I'm just going to say some issues, I guess, with the creek alignment, that kind of stuff with some properties in phase 1. And I'm wondering if with that new geotechnical design, if our admin or our engineers will be rechecking this area to make sure that it falls within the proper scope, because from the center of the creek, all that kind of stuff, and making sure there's no problems in the backyards. Because I remember in phase 1, one of the homes had to do some, I guess, geotech work in there. So just wondering if that's going to be included in all this. I understand it says there will be, but is that the kind of stuff they're checking?
So the geotechnical report that's required as written as a condition, it would apply to the subject properties. It would not be a report regarding the wider development. So those those items you mentioned, the park space and the requirement for a geotechnical that apply to the whole development, those would have been things that that would have been relevant at the subdivision stage. When these lots were created. But since these applications before you tonight are simply for variances for the proposed structures, those kind of wider considerations, that would have been under the scope of previous applications that have already been approved.
I understand that, but we're saying that these are variances. These properties might need to be varied if that creek is off from what the original design was showing. Can you relate? Like, you understand what I'm saying with that? Like the property lines to the way the creek curved.
So just to clarify, when you're referring to the creek, are you referring to the creek that's going through the public reserve to the rear of these lots?
Yes.
So I would think that as part of a geotechnical report, whoever the engineer responsible for doing the report would be looking into, would have to address the proximity of the creek and the river as part of the report. But again, the report would be specific to these properties, but yes.
Okay, and then just one more that pertains right to this one. Now, can we use the drawings and attach those to this DA through these variances? The reason I'm saying that is for the standards and design of the property. I don't want to see pictures coming up with all four sides of a building being, siding to this and to that, stonework, and then all of a sudden we get, the front with a little bit of stonework and siding and a stucco side and back of it, which looks, it doesn't fit into the area. It's seen from multiple sides since there's a public reserve along the back space, side roads, all that kind of stuff. So can we attach images to this application?
Yes, it would be possible to replace the existing, as you heard, your administration is already recommending a revision of the development agreement to remove those renderings of the previous proposed building. So I don't envision an issue with replacing it with the current proposal renderings. But again, that's revision of the DA would be responsible of the RM.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
So just as a follow-up to one of your questions, Ms. Elias, do we know how big the space the RM owns outside the 20 feet of the driveway here shown? So there's 20 feet, and Councillor Bichetti asked how much further is RM property then. I just wanted to follow up on his question.
Yes, I can provide an estimate just measuring from our aerial images, and it looks to be about 12 to 13 feet between the property line and where the road actually starts. And that's the distance on both the south side of the property as well as on the east side. And just for additional information, it's not applicable to this application, but for the next upcoming one, for the side facing Drury, it's a little bit more, it's about 18 feet.
Yeah, that's good. So we have about 30 feet in driveway length, which is not going to, protrude a car out onto the street on a bigger truck or this or that. So that's all I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elias. Councillor Prague, any questions to the planner?
Yeah. The planner, you indicated this property here, a nursing home, they proposed a nursing home here and it was rejected. There's a lot of opposition to it. Am I correct?
So that application was actually withdrawn prior to council consideration. My understanding is it was withdrawn as a result of the public opposition, but council didn't actually vote to reject it. It was withdrawn again by the applicant.
And this area here is designated for these type of buildings here. Am I correct?
That's right. It's already designated end zone to allow for multifamily development, such as the type that the applicant's proposing.
Yeah. And anything to deal with the DA have to go through our CAO and then come to council. Am I correct? Changing of the DA or adding or deleting stuff from the DA.
Yes, and if your administration can just confirm that's the process that would be required for revision of the DA.
Madam Mayor, I can confirm our policy would be for the development agreement to be submitted to council and the resolution be approved for signing.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elias.
Thank you. And the other two questions I have about the driveways and the geotechnical report, I think Councillor Bussetti asked those two questions already and we got the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. I have a couple of questions as well. Some of them similar. The comments in your report about single family dwellings are not permitted. I just wanted to clarify that because I know that that's something that even though this is what was planned and residents are aware that there was going to be multifamily on this site, that it is zoned R3 for multifamily. I just wanted to clarify this. So we can't just put in a development agreement that we're having single family here. Like if this is the zone for multifamily, council can't say single family only permitted and just add that into a development agreement. I just want to understand you correctly. That's not something you said. It has to be related to the application. So we can't be putting in here that you need to plant, 100 trees on here. You can't do your multifamily. The development agreement says it's single family. Like we can't go that far as a council to say that only single family are permitted here on a multifamily site.
No, that would be outside of the scope of this application. So council needs to deal with the proposal that's before council, but further restricting it to say, for example, that only single family homes would be permitted, that wouldn't be that would be well outside the scope of this variance application.
I just wanted to clarify because I was getting confused in the questions from Councillor Link just about the single family and what we could do and what we couldn't. So I just want to make sure, and for residents watching as well, of development agreements only allow us to do so much, and within the zoning that this is already zoned multifamily and we can't simply impose that only single family are allowed here at this point.
Not as part of this application, no.
Okay, great, thank you. The other questions I have, part of what council has to consider is, does this negatively impact the area? Of course, is a major consideration that we're looking at when we're voting on these issues. And you talked about the phase 1 for this development of 58 single family dwellings. I don't know if you have right on hand for you or not, but the setbacks for that zone of an RS, is that correct that it's RS zoned? The setback is also 20 feet for the 58 existing homes that were built in that area?
So it's the RC zoning that's applied to most of the other single family lots. So the RC zone, and I'm just double checking what the minimum front yard requirement is in that zone. It is 20 feet.
It's 20 feet. Okay, so it's consistent with the 58 homes that were built there?
That's correct.
Okay, and I also wanted to see in terms of consistency, this application, they are applying for a 6-foot side yard in between. So I just want to understand that too. That is not 6 feet building to building. That is 6 feet from the building to the property line and an additional 6 feet to the next unit that's coming forward to council for approval. So it would be 12 feet total in between?
That's correct. 12 feet wall to wall between the two buildings.
Okay. So the existing zone of RC, am I correct that that is a 4-foot side yard for the 58 houses in phase 1?
So the RC zoning, which again is applicable to the adjacent lots, these properties are already zoned R3.
Yep.
The RC zoning is a minimum interior side yard requirement of 5.
Of 5 feet. Okay. Okay. And when you talked about how many variances came forward on that, can I just have you mention that again? I know I was on council for a number of those variances that came forward. So there's a 5-foot side yard on existing. These ones are asking for a 6.
So of the 58 single family dwelling lots in the Whistler Hollow subdivision, 33 of those required relief in some form, many of them through the variance process, to reduce yard and or site coverage requirements. I don't know if that's specifically side yards. That would also include variances to front and rear yards.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. Some of the other councillors addressed some of the other question I had that wasn't addressed was the size of the public reserve, and I'm not sure if you know that or if that's a question for Ms. Elias, of how much space is there between the backyard, where the backyard ends, and the public reserve space. And Councillor Bichetti had talked about some green space. And I'm just wondering if this is a space where a path could be put in, if this is public reserve space and it's RM land, how much space is between the creek and the end of these lots?
Yeah, I don't have that information in front of me. Perhaps your administration can advise. I will mention that the proposed buildings are compliant with the minimum rear yard setback, which is 25 feet in the R3 zone.
Okay, so it has to be 25 feet from the RM. Okay, 25 feet from the back of the property line.
That's right. So from the rear of the building
Yeah.
To the property line, 25 feet minimum, and that's what's being proposed by the applicant, a minimum of 25 feet.
Okay. I hate to put you on the spot, Ms. Elias. Do we have any idea, and it's sort of outside the scope of this application, do we have any idea how wide the public reserve space is in behind on the creek there?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can provide a rough measurement. It's about 99 feet by about 273 feet. Again, those are rough measurements.
Okay. Okay. So then I guess my follow-up question, one of the things I heard Ms. Elias say in the existing development agreement is no chain link fence, but it's possible to change that in terms of fencing, to have some fencing along the back of all of these properties that could possibly be black chain link, to then allow them to see the creek, the new owners, but also have a fence up between this public reserve space that the RM owns and the creek. It's possible to then add that to the new development agreement, Mr. Planner?
That could be something that's regulated in the development agreement, yes.
Okay, so all that can be changed in terms of fencing along the side of the roads for privacy, chain link or something across the back. Okay. And then councillors had mentioned about design approval, which I agree. So in terms of either attaching the pictures that we've been shown, or putting a line in the condition possibly that says design approval by the CAO, which obviously then comes to council for approval. But I share those concerns, and I think our residents in this neighborhood have valid concerns that when promises are made and people show them pretty pictures, that we would like it to be as presented. So if we could, if my council is agreeable when we get to section on conditions, design approval of the CAO, which will ultimately be council coming to us as well.
That condition could be amended to specify that existing design parameters could be reviewed as part of the development agreement revision.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question I wanted to highlight. You mentioned that the rezoning and subdivision for this took place in 2014. So one of the things that's always concerning is I don't like residents being surprised. The existing residents in the RC zone, the 58 properties, knew this section was multifamily, and the intent for this, and maybe this is a question for Ms. Elias or our administration, that the intent was always side by sides here, and that this is not something new. They're able to do this right now without council approving it if they had larger side yards. Is that correct? That they have these are for side by sides?
Yeah, so these properties have been zoned to allow for multifamily development since 2006.
2006, okay.
2006 was the zoning. 2014 was the subdivision that resulted in the current lot configuration.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions from me. Thank you. Ms. Elias, have we got the applicant on the line?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Kelly Rempel with us this evening.
Welcome, Ms. Rempel.
Hello.
Oh, Mr. Rempel, sorry, I apologize. Welcome.
Are you able to hear me now?
I am. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, very well.
Great, thank you. Were you able to hear the planner's presentation and the questions that were asked from council?
Yes, I was.
Okay, is there anything that you're wanting to add before I go around and see if there are questions from council for you?
I did have a little presentation I wanted to put forward to you, if that's okay.
Absolutely, yes.
Alrighty. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. First of all, am I on video or just audio?
And just audio, we can't see you, but we can hear
Oh.
you.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I should point my phone in my direction or if I could just put it down in that case.
No, whatever
Alrighty,
you
anyways.
prefer, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Anyways, my name's Kelly Rempel, and I'm the owner of Icon Developments. Icon is a family business specializing in custom-built homes and multifamily dwellings. We've proudly built many homes over the years and over 100 multifamily condos in the last 30 plus years that I've been in business. More recently, we've been focusing on high-end luxury homes and development in the East St. Paul area where I currently reside. With the council's approval of the variances, I will finalize the purchase of these 8 lots on Loganberg. I have a short video that I'd like to present at this time.
Sure. Yep,
If you
absolutely.
can see it. It's a little choppy, I see, but that's okay. Alrighty, that was the end of it. So we put a little video together just to kind of give you a bit of a sense of what the project's going to look like. With the comments that you made earlier regarding the final design, we have tweaked it a little bit, and quite frankly, I think we've improved the design just a little bit insofar as some of the detail on the outside. But nevertheless, this project will be called the Villas at Whistler Hall, and will be an upscale multifamily development marketed to vibrant seniors, empty nesters, or those looking to downsize without compromising the benefits of living in a single family home. Each single story unit will feature modern open concept floor plan with top quality materials and finishes. They will all have attached oversized single car garages, full basements, and a backyard deck overlooking the natural creek and the sunset towards the west. Over the past few weeks, we have consulted the residents in the area and found that the overall response was very positive. And we have received several signatures from residents reinforcing the community support for this project. Our goal is to enhance the beautiful existing neighborhood and develop those lots to their best possible use. In closing, this will be a vibrant residential development, and we look forward to bringing this project to completion this year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rempel, and great presentation. Talk about good diagrams. It looks like it's already in place. Thank you for that. I'm going to go
You're
around
welcome.
the council table and see if there are questions for you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Mr. Rempel?
Yes, thanks for the presentation, Mr. Rempel. It was, it's nice to put a picture to it and see it, almost look alive there. Just some question. Yeah, just a question on the finishes. I see you showed a lot of the front there, but do you plan on carrying that around the sides? Just because where it's going to be seen, side yards are going to be seen, backyards with the green space back there, public reserve, that kind of stuff. So I'm just wondering if you're going to carry the aesthetics surrounding all 4 walls on the buildings.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I think with the rendering that I sent, or the 3D rendering video that I sent over to you just now, shows a little more detail that we've put around the sides of the building. We've also going to be doing some of the wood siding along the back portion as well too. So from a marketing standpoint, we're very much aware that the side of the building is going to be, well, maybe not as important as the front, but almost as important. So we do have matching detail wrapping around the buildings so that the side will be embellished as well.
Thank you very much. That was my biggest question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bichetti. Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. Rempel?
You're still on mute, Councillor Prague.
I can't hear you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rempel. Good presentation. Building and area looks wonderful. What would be the cost of one of these?
Well, we haven't actually finalized any numbers, but we're anticipating somewhere above $400,000 is what our guess is at this point.
That's
That's the
a,
price range.
a ballpark figure you're telling me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Rempel?
Yes, that cost that you quoted, that's the price that you would be charging people around ballpark to buy these units?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, these units are not to be rented, although should somebody buy one and decide to rent it to their family member or whatever, obviously I have no control over that, but our intent is to build them and sell them to, well, whoever I guess decides to purchase one.
just follow up. So your price per square foot is about what? When your building price per square foot?
Ooh, I haven't actually sat down and crunched those numbers. I don't know the answer, but our market analysis suggests somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 for the sale price for these units.
Another question.
Yeah.
These, I notice these your plans have stairs, so I assume there's undeveloped basements under the units, which doubles the space.
Yes, correct. Each unit will have its own full concrete basement. Our plan isn't to develop them initially, but that may change if a prospective buyer asks us to finish up the basement. That could be done as well.
Okay, so some of these units then would be around 3,000 feet of square feet, if a usable footage, if people did develop their basements.
That's correct.
So a small family would be pretty happy in a 3,000 square foot unit.
Yeah, I guess the only limitation would be that because the units are joined together, we have limited space for exterior windows, and you would require a window in the basement for at least a bedroom.
Oh,
Would be
yes,
a building code requirement, but you could make it into a large family room with maybe one bedroom down below. But I kind of doubt that would be our likely demographic for buying it. But who knows, right?
Okay. And people would recognize that they would have to provide a window with egress, right?
That would be part of my development. Yeah, I'm aware of that requirement, so I would make sure there was windows that would meet those requirements should somebody want to put a bedroom into their basement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I haven't got any more questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Rempel, just a couple questions from me. Thank you for your presentation. I also want to thank you for reaching out to residents and going door to door to share information with them. This council's committed to an open and transparent process, and we've never dealt with you before. And so I'm always pleased to see developers and builders reach out to area residents and explain exactly what they're doing and try and dispel any myths. So thank you. I commend you for doing that. I'm very impressed. So, and when you talk to residents, then you shared with them the price point of what you're looking at. I know residents in our area are very concerned that it's compatible with existing homes, and we often get concerns about decreasing value, what's coming. So you shared information about your price point with residents in the area?
Well, just for the sake of clarity, I did not personally reach out to the neighbors. I have two real estate agents that are working with me. They were the ones that actually canvassed the neighborhood, so it wasn't myself personally. So, and I believe it would be Derek Siemens, which is the realtor that I'm working with. I believe he provided that list to somebody in your organization, so you could confirm that there were some positive responses.
Great. And we'll ask about who's opposed and supportive when we get to that stage. But yes, we would have that information.
Okay, and I do believe they did share some pricing information as well too. So once again, I wasn't with them at the time, but we did talk about that.
So after
they talked about it.
Okay, thank you. So after your agent went around and talked to people, was there feedback that he presented to you in terms of changes or concerns raised by residents that's having an impact on your design or anything based on what you heard from the residents going door to door?
Well, from the report that I received from them was basically the general consensus was everybody's ecstatic that these are finally going to be built. And they will be single level as opposed to 2-story, or heaven forbid 4 or 5-story units, which I think everybody in the neighborhood is most concerned that there was talk of a high-rise project going up. So the general consensus was, when they saw the pictures, it's like, oh, okay, this is a relief. We're very happy with this. So that was the report that I received. So.
And then that's consistent with what we have heard before any application was pulled on this. So that is consistent with what we've heard as counselors
Okay.
as well. And if you've heard the discussion that we had and the questions that we were asking our planner, some of the things that we were talking about in terms of a revised development agreement would be fencing, possibly, right? Chain link fencing across the back, some type of fencing on the side, design approval to make sure that, the residents are assured that what you're presenting to them is what gets built, especially the bungalow design, that you're going to do what you say you're going to do. So I'm assuming that you're okay with the discussion that we had about adding those conditions to development agreement.
Yeah, obviously I wouldn't be here trying to present something and then trying to do a bait and switch later.
Yes.
I think I'm being pretty straightforward what we're applying for, and the variances the planner had indicated apply specifically to this particular project. So I don't think there's even an opportunity for me to switch something out should I even want to do that. Not that I do.
No, for sure. We just like to assure residents that what is being presented is what's going up and it's not something different. So we appreciate
Yes.
that you agree and are fine with the development agreement. Just for my last question, you had mentioned that you've done this before. What other communities did you mention that you have built multifamily in?
Well, I built approximately 100 condos in South St. Vital on St. Anne's Road. We have done single family lot development here in East St. Paul, which we just finished, just renting off of the backside of Pritchard Farm Southlands. We built several houses in here, a lot of high-end homes, and yeah, I'm gonna say about 100 multifamily. Oh, we've also done some duplexes in the Transcona area. That was a recent project, and another 12 units planned for an area just outside of off Inkster. I can't think of the name of the street offhand.
Okay, great, thank you. Wonderful. Those are all of the questions from council. And we're going to go to our planner and see who's registered in support, opposition, and for information. Thank you very much, Mr. Rempel.
You're welcome.
Ms. Elias, have we got people registered wanting to speak in support of the application?
We also have Derek Siemens and Darren DeRoche registered in support. When reached out to earlier today, they did indicate that they wanted to speak to council this evening. We do have a few people that are registered against.
Okay.
With us this evening, we have Richard Lebedinsky.
Welcome, welcome, Richard. Thank you for joining us tonight. Are you able to hear us? It sounds like Richard is still on mute. Richard, are you there and wanting to speak on the application? We can see him in the meeting, but we cannot hear him.
Madam Mayor, we also have Michelle Taylor registered against, and she's with us this evening. If she's available, we can maybe give Richard a couple minutes.
Yep, that sounds like a good idea. Ms. Taylor, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
And
great.
I'm not sure if you can see us. I'm here with my husband, Alan Zimmer. We're not registered against. We are registered for information. I actually had a little bit of trouble getting information on this.
I'm having trouble hearing.
My volume is up as high as it can go. Councillor Link.
Councillor Link, are you able to hear Ms. Taylor now?
Not well.
Okay. Councillor Bichetti, Councillor Prague, are you able to hear Ms. Taylor okay?
Loud. Yeah, I just turned mine up. It works.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
I will speak as loud as I can. Unfortunately, we didn't receive anybody at our door to talk about the development, and we weren't able to find information on the web about Icon Developments. So I am reassured by Mr. Rempel that they actually have experience and hopefully a track record. You used, Mr. Rempel, the unfortunate wording bait and switch. And I will say that many of us who have been in the Hollow since before 2017 have some unfortunate experiences with what we would call a bait and switch. That said, with the comments that have already come from our councillors and from our mayor regarding that what we see is what we get, and that somehow the proposal renderings will be incorporated into the development agreement that will be revised. With the visuals that you showed us, and with some flexibility towards adding to the plan a rear fence, as well as probably a side fence, given the allowances for the municipal property, that I believe my husband and I would be in support of this development with the proviso that what we are promised is what we actually see as a final product. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I'm just going to go around the virtual council table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Prague, any questions for Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your input into this. And I know where you're coming from. You've been in there for a while. And I hope this new proposal will come in with we have high expectations of it to make that a lovely community. And this will be the icing on the cake. And I hope that what is presented here today is what we get there. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Ms. Taylor?
Well, first of all, just thank you, Ms. Taylor, for coming in, getting in here and, putting your comments in. We are listening. We've heard it from the residents for years, and the aesthetics, that seemed to be a big thing through all of Whistler Hollow, and I just want to see this happen in the way that it's presented to us. So thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Bichetti. Councillor Link, any questions for Ms. Taylor?
No, but I would like to echo Councillor Bicetti's remarks. I think it's really important that residents participate in the democratic process that we've got and tell us what they believe about these applications that come before us. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for joining us tonight. And I agree. Thank you for sharing your input. And there's been a long history in Whistler Hollow of concerns about what's happening here. And I think council is very committed to making sure that what is promised is what is delivered, regardless in what goes on in these sites. So we appreciate you sharing your feedback. Miss Elias, have we got Richard back on the line at all?
We show him as in attendance.
Okay. Hi,
Hello,
Richard.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to say that, we looked at this too, and we have concerns. One of them obviously is when we moved to Whistler Hollow, our intention was to get away from congestion and compactness, and I see that. This is sort of in line of what was sort of promised to us to what we come, but I think more than a few people have hit the nail on the head that there is a lot of mistrust, not just with the current developer, but with any developer. Even if you speak to existing Drury residents who were here way before we came here, they'll tell you stories about how they were even existing development agreements where they were promised that things would be done and it never would occur. So that's a major concern for us and ourselves, and we would like to see that held accountable. You know, we would like to see, you know, these promises being put through and held on to. So that's something that we would say that we were for. So we do have concerns in that sense, you know, the congestion and what have you. But it's not a care facility. It's not an apartment block. So with that, you know, we're in mind. But I guess the level of mistrust is so high that, you know, some things that can be promised can't get changed. I know that I had a strange experience on Monday where the developer's real estate agent actually called me at work, and I really kind of took me by shock because I didn't expect something work related to receive a phone call on this project. When I asked the real estate agent, how did you get my contact information? He basically said that he Googled me, then contacted my employer, who then in turn contacted me and said that it was very important. I didn't ask the real estate agent, how did you get my contact information, or who provided you my first or last name? But again, this just reiterates to me the mistrust that we currently have with the development. I mean, a lot of things have been promised to Whistler Hollow, and it just feels like, you know, it could have been a very nice place, but you know, we still got a lot of long ways to go. So those are some of our concerns that we have, and I've heard it through, and I've seen that you've read our letters and you've heard our petitions, and you know, we honestly hope to think that council will keep the developer to what their promises are. Also, in watching the presentation, we've seen some questions regarding the public reserve and the green space and the distance to the creek and what have you. And I feel strongly that even when you ask your own administration, what's the distance, they probably don't even know themselves, because your own existing geotechnical report doesn't even tell you where the creek is. That information wasn't even captured in the first development agreement. So that there's some vital information that's still absent that wasn't captured in phase 1 or phase 2. So I guess that's why a lot of us and myself still have concerns on this issue. So with that being said, that's where we feel and where we stand.
Thank you, Richard. I'm going to go around and see if there are questions for you, and we appreciate you being here tonight. Councillor Bichetti, any questions?
I just wanted to add, Mayor Christian, that like I said, I haven't followed up with the real estate agent, but my phone call at work on personal matters, I kind of felt was a violation of privacy. And like I said, it wasn't an issue with my employer, but just to have someone, you know, look you up and try to figure out who you are and what that information is. So it just adds to, you know, some of the issues that we have.
We appreciate you raising that issue. There's limited ability for council to address that or deal with that. We want people to engage the public and share information, but not to stalk you at work and track you down and ask you at your place of work. So I'm certainly not condoning that. You know, I appreciate that they've gone door to door to share as much information, and we want all the area residents to be informed and be able to make a choice of whether or not they have input on the developments in their area. So I certainly don't condone people tracking you down at work and bothering you at work on this. I do think that is definitely an issue to raise with the developer, and maybe he can comment on that, but not something that council condones, but we have limited ability to deal with that, right? But we do appreciate you bringing that forward. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Richard?
No, just thank you, Richard. We've spoken on the issue of back beside your house there prior to this coming in at like a couple of coffee times and on the street. So I was listening, and that's why I brought up some of the questions, and I will be following up on some of it when this is going on. So thank you for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Bichetti. Councillor Link, any questions, comments for Richard?
Thanks, Richard. I'm very glad that you were able to join the meeting tonight. And like Councillor Bichetti, I too will be following up as best I can at this public hearing, and probably later when we go through the DA, but as best I can at this public hearing about your concerns, especially about wanting a new geotechnical report and what it ought to contain. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Prague, any questions, comments for Richard?
That's up to you. Thank you, Richard, for voicing your concerns. And, you know, this development here was over 4 councils ago. This is my 3rd term as a councillor. And I honestly believe the mistrust you have. Deep down, I believe the mistrust, because this is 3 councils now. I'm sitting down with this same development. I'm being honest and blunt. I've been having the same problem, and with this coming up now, I'm 100% behind you where you're coming from with the mistrust. And with this new council, we're here now listening, talking to the people. This is what's happening. These are your concerns. And with the applicant just now, the DA, they will be held to the fire for this DA. I'm giving my honest opinion here, because nothing but heartaches since this thing here 3 councils ago. And I hope Richard's mistrust, and so we can build that trust back with Richard and his family and the other residents who are opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. I don't have questions, just a couple of comments for you, Richard. The benefit that you have from this council is that Councillor Bichetti was your area councillor. I was your area councillor, and now Councillor Link is your area councillor for Ward 1. We are very familiar with the concerns and issues of residents in this ward. We've all sat down with yourself and other residents in this area, and we're absolutely understand the mistrust, as Councillor Craig said. So we're committed to making sure development agreements are enforced. This council is committed to making sure we have input in all of those development agreements and they're voted on by all of council. You raised issues in terms of geotechnical report, flooding. I found the Manitoba infrastructure report. I don't know, Richard, if you've had an opportunity, I'm sure you have, to look at the planner's report. And Mr. Patton put together a great report, and the comments from Manitoba infrastructure, the map provided by water management, and the elevations that they provided right up to the side of your property. Very impressive. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at that or not, but they're really very specific. Their elevations are all along the river, elevations right up to the side of your property in terms of flooding. So the RM is very proactive in terms of flood protection. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at that map, take a look at that.
I have, and I'm very familiar with it. We've had a geotechnical engineer look at it as well. And where we are very confused and actually flabbergasted is that in the original DA for phase 1 and phase 2, that there are guidelines, recommendations, and enforcement on where you're built or how far you're supposed to be from a provincial water body or a creek or a river of some things. And when you read that, and then you look at where our house is, if you look at that map that the planners report, that my wall is actually right on the flooding, right on the line. And it was probably my neighbors behind me as well. And when you read your own guidelines of the report that you approved, that Red River Planning approved, you're supposed to be 5 meters away from the top of the creek bank of the elevation. It doesn't matter just the height of your house, but there also has to be a certain setback. And it's kind of like, we don't understand how is that possible when we provide a building and a drawing and schematics, and they even allow us to build in such a dangerous zone, and we don't have any protection right now for that. In that place. And there's no way that Red River Planning or Council could even tell us that, oh, you should have gone left or right, because they haven't even decided where the top of the creek is. And you've seen the illustrations from the geotechnical report that area is omitted. It hasn't been studied. There's no contour line showing you where exactly the creek is. But when you look at the planner's report and you see where the flooding zones are, well, that just shows you that my house and my neighbors' homes are in a danger zone. You know, aside from the height, we're not confident that the setback was provided us. And so it also gives me a concern for the new occupants looking to build in the creek lots behind us, right? Because that information isn't provided on what their setback should be. But looking at it forward, we understand, and speaking to our geotechnical engineer, I shouldn't have a house, my neighbor shouldn't have a house, our lot should have been left vacant. But that being said, we're here, we're now, you know, we definitely want to see some address coming to that.
And I absolutely appreciate those concerns. What I don't see in this report that I have seen in other reports that has been addressed is concerns from Manitoba Water Service, Manitoba Water, sorry to get it right, management, water management, concerns about flooding and not building. And so we have had other applications come to previous council where the province has reviewed the application and made suggestions that you either need to elevate this entire property or not approve the application. So I'm not seeing that here, Richard. I understand your concerns.
Right,
I don't believe that was raised by the provincial government. And so our council, previous councils, we rely on their recommendations in terms of, is this a flood zone? And our council previous council has had recommendations from them to say, you need to elevate these properties and deal with this. So I'm not seeing that as part of this application. Mr. Planner, correct me if I'm wrong. There's nothing here saying don't build next to this creek. It's a high flood risk. I just want to confirm that.
So there is a condition number 3, which reflects comments received from Water Management Planning and Standards. So they've advised that they would require flood protection as outlined in the development plan, as well as designated flood area permits from their agency.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. We appreciate you raising your concerns. Absolutely valid concerns. We don't want to see property owners flood. So absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Elias, have we got anyone else registered in opposition wanting to speak this evening?
No one else that mentioned they wanted to speak this evening, but we do have a few others registered against. We have Kathy Puzio listed against, Michael Alberg, Dominica and Peter Bailey, Norma Alberg, and Michelle and Chris Kippen. And they submitted some comments that were provided to council ahead of the meeting. I can provide a summary of what some of those comments were for our audience. General comments were that the proposal takes away from the aesthetic character of the neighborhood. It will make things look compacted, will decrease neighboring home values. Preference was noted that the 8 lots should be amalgamated into 4 lots for single family dwellings. A few people had indicated that if council does approve, that they would like to see a new development agreement that requires high-end single-story and owner-occupied townhouses. Would like uniform rear fencing and trees planted for screening, and would like a new geotechnical report as a requirement. There was also comments that there was concern that there was only single car garages provided, concern about traffic, lack of neighborhood green space and sidewalks, as well as concern that the proposal is not compatible with general nature of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. And if those are all that are registered, then I will see if the applicant is wanting to make comments then based on the feedback that you heard from those that are registered in support and against. Mr. Rempel, is there anything else that you would want to add for council?
Well, I guess I was just going to comment on the on Richard's perspective. My real estate agent had mentioned that he had gone to a lot of effort to try and reach out to Richard with the intent of giving him an opportunity to understand exactly what we're doing. So he texted me and said he apologized if it came across as being stalking or whatever, or hunting him down at work, but he wanted to make a concerted effort to give him the opportunity to have an opportunity to explain exactly what we're doing. So that was his intent. So he told me he apologized if it came across as being whatever, chasing him down, if that's the word. So just wanted to comment on that. And then I guess the other thing that a theme that I feel I'm being dragged into here is perhaps some of the promises that were made by previous developers or owners. I'm an East St. Paul resident, have been for 15 years. I only learned of this property being available perhaps 2 or 3 months ago. And when it came available, I thought it was a great opportunity. So I have no connection with any promises that were made to my previous developers or owners or whatever. My involvement is specifically to this particular application, and I would treat it like I would any other project and develop it in the way that I say I will. So just wanted to distance myself, I guess, from whatever's happened there. I'm not privy to it at all. So
We appreciate that, but it's kind of eye-opening for you to understand the history and some of the baggage and concerns that residents have regarding that piece of property. So definitely
absolutely.
more pressure on you to keep your promises and make the area there great.
Yeah, for sure.
Great, thank you. I'll just see if there are any additional questions. Councillor Prague, any additional questions for Mr. Rempel?
Well, I just want to make it straight to Mr. Rumpel. I know you're not involved in the past. You're new here and you want to start. You're new, you bought this property, you're going to buy this property and a fresh start, and what you promise you're going to deliver. And I take your word for it. And please, if I offend you or anything by dragging you into the past, that was not my intent. And hope my apologies. Thank you.
Apology accepted is fine.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, any further follow-up questions for Mr. Rempel?
No, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Rempel. Just thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bichetti, any follow-up questions?
No, I just want to thank Mr. Rempel. And as you're aware, you live in East St. Paul, so you know it's a pretty tight community like West St. Paul is. So, and a lot of people are very passionate, and you know, we live in an area where we know a lot of the people, you know, not just around us, but streets away from us. So it gets around, and everybody had a little bit of a bad taste. So sorry that you got dragged into this one. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Bichetti. I want to thank you as well, Mr. Rempel. I appreciate you coming to council and your presentation. I appreciate you reaching out to the area residents and sharing detailed plans and presenting bungalows. What you're presenting looks good. If this is approved, I think it's a real opportunity for you to help change the minds of area residents regarding builders and developers, that there are people who do what they say they're going to do. So if this is approved, there would be pressure on you to make sure this is done well. So it's an opportunity to help this community heal, to be quite honest.
All right, challenge accepted.
Okay, thank you. All right, without anybody else registered then, I will close the public hearing and council can discuss and vote on the resolution. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Whereas an application for variance 14120 was received for the property located at 167, 171, 175, and 179 Loganberg Drive to allow a proposed 4-unit dwelling on the subject properties in the R3 multifamily dwelling zone from required 50-foot minimum front yard setback, 15-foot minimum side yard interior setback, 30-foot minimum side yard corner setback, 40% max site coverage, to 20-foot max front yard setback, 0-foot minimum side yard interior setback from all interior yards of the properties listed above except the northern interior side yard of 167 Loganberg Drive, where the side yard interior setback is 6 feet minimum, 10.167 foot minimum side yard corner setback, 48.29% max site coverage for 167 Loganberg Drive, 51.880 max site coverage for 171 and 175 Loganberg Drive, and 43.17 max site coverage for 179 Loganberg Drive. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representation both for and against the application. Therefore, be it resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby approve variation order 14120 with the following conditions. One, these variances are to reduce the minimum required side yards and front yards, as well as to increase the maximum permitted site coverage in order to allow for a 4-unit dwelling as proposed. Any changes may require new variance approvals. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from the Red River Planning District, Manitoba Conservation and Climate Manitoba Infrastructure, and RM of West St. Paul. 3, designated flood area permits from the Water Management Planning and Standards, Manitoba Infrastructure, as well as flood protection as outlined in policy 3.3.3 of the Red River Planning District Development Plan must be provided for all structures. 4, applicant owner to submit a geotechnical engineering report demonstrating that the development will be safe from flooding, erosion, and bank instability in accordance with policy 3.3.5 of the development plan. 5, applicant owner to provide revised drainage plan to the satisfaction of the RM if required by the municipal engineer. And 6, applicant owner to revise the existing development agreement as deemed necessary by the CAO. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bruschetti. And we can have some discussion. Councillor Link, you mentioned discussion about conditions.
Yes.
Okay, I will start with you.
And I would like to discuss this in a fair bit of detail. I know we're going to see them again when our planner presents the conditions for us when we approve the DA, because that's what we get to see. We get to see and comment on the conditions, not on the entire DA. Now, the first change I would like to see is in number 4 regarding the geotechnical investigation. I think number 4 should be changed by adding something to the effect that says, and illustrating the contours and elevations at the top and sides of the creek bank and the topography of the lots along the creek, and identifying the setbacks appropriate for the area.
So I'll go around and see if everyone is okay with adding that. I'm not sure if this is what's already included in a geotech requirement or what is required by the province. So Councillor Prague, your thoughts?
I think the geotech report will say that, but they have to do. The geotech report will say about the contours and things about that in the report. That's what the geotech report, we asked for the geotech report. Thanks.
May I comment?
Sure.
Mr. Lebedinsky said that that was not included. The contours of the creek were not included for some reason in the previous geotechnical report, and they ought to have been, because it did affect where his house was located.
But we're focused on phase 2, right? So we are not focused on phase 1 of the application. So with the setback of these houses and the provincial requirements, how does council proceed?
This has to do with these units. How far away? Because some of these units are probably going to require some fill. And the province uses where the fill, I believe, stops. And then they measure to the top of the creek to see if the setback is adequate. That's my understanding.
Okay. Councillor Bichetti, your thoughts?
Well, I'm just reading this. It's in there stating exactly that. It's saying the designated flood area permits from the water management planning, the standards, Manitoba infrastructure, as well as flood protection outlined in the Red River planning. And then the next one also says the geotechnical engineering report for the banks to stop the flooding, erosion. I don't think it needs to be added in there. There's multiple layers of the report here that cover that. So
I'll have to disagree with you, but that's okay. May I go on with some other conditions?
Sure.
Okay. I'm confident that the municipal engineer will see the need to require a revised drainage plan. Council looked at, with the Stantec rep, the master drainage plan, and it demonstrated that an increase in site coverage in densification resulted with more impermeable surfaces being created, and with more impermeable surfaces, drastic changes to stormwater flows result. The proposed site coverage ranges from 43 to 52%. That's right in the planner's report. And when I looked at Stantec's one of the diagrams, that showed 35, if that kind of a coverage exists, then 35 to 50% impervious surface area would increase the stormwater flows to 30% from this site. So I'd really like to know, there's curb and gutter drainage here in Whistler Hollow. Backyards, grade, and there is some water being directed to the creek also from backyards. So I assume that all the water from Whistler Hollow goes to the Drury outfall identified in Stantec's report. And I'm assuming it goes to the Drury outfall because it's named the Drury outfall and that's the street we're on. I think there has to be an assurance that the Drury outfall can handle the increased stormwater flows. So I would think it very important that we do get a revised drainage plan.
Hey, Councillor Linko, just see if there's any comments on that from other members of council. Councillor Bichetti?
Well, I was gonna bring that it's curb and gutter in the area, and being that this property is one of the closest ones to the river, I'm just going back in my memory, did it not start as a bigger pipe closer to the river, working your way up to a smaller pipe? And would there not be a parameter that leaves for, I guess, the torrential 200-year, whatever flooding that would be? Is there not a parameter that it leaves extra room in there, not just right to the spec when it's being built? So I feel that this area has got enough of the drainage because it is designed for this kind of home to be put in there. So I'm good with the curb and gutter area and what we have in there. So, and it does say there is some change that they will be checking the drainage plan. So
all I'm saying is I do believe that that drainage plan needs to be checked thoroughly. It was designed quite a number of years ago and standards have changed. I don't know how large the Drury outfall is. I think it ought to be checked. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying we don't leave it to, that we get this done. We ask for this to be done. No taking chances.
Councillor Link, if I can ask the planner a question, just springboarding off of your question here. One of the things we typically have in our conditions is you'll mention that we enter into a development agreement. In this case, we revise the existing development agreement as deemed necessary by the CAO. Could we add a little more detail, because I know you often do that for us, and you'll say to address things such as, can we add this? To address things such as drainage, fencing, design approval, bungalow. Can we just add that just to clarify that one thing without getting as detailed as Councillor Link has suggested, but making the point under the condition of development agreement that we will address drainage, fencing, design approval, so that it's right in here that those are the things that will be addressed in a DA?
Absolutely. That condition number 6 can be amended to specify those items you mentioned. And just so I get them all, it was drainage, fencing, and design.
Drainage, fencing, design approval. I don't know if we list specifically bungalows. It may add lots of reassurance to residents. Design approval, bungalows.
Can we add aesthetics? Just because design approval is basically, it could be taken in a different way. I'm looking at the final product, you know, the finished product. So
We want architectural design. Could that be? Okay.
yeah, that's a better word. That's a better word. Thank you.
Drainage, fencing, architectural design approval, and bungalow only, or something to that effect, that it's just in there. I know that that's to really just assure residents that what is being presented is what is in the DA, and a condition as well. Councillor Link, go ahead.
I've got another concern that hasn't been touched on yet. The closer the two fourplexes are to one another, the more risk of fire spreading from one building to another. From our emergency training sessions, Council knows that embers spread fires. Our burning bylaw, which we just redid not too long ago, requires spark arresters for any fire in an outdoor fire receptacle. Well, a house isn't an outdoor fire receptacle, and it can't have a spark arrestor. More important though, any outdoor fire receptacle must be maintained 15 feet from any combustible building or structure, and also trees and overhead wires. If there was ever a fire much bigger than the 2-foot wide, say, fire pit that you got in your backyard, there would certainly not be enough separation. These houses will be only separate, or these units, I'm sorry, fourplexes will each be separated by only 12 feet. We're not even being as cautious as we are with fire receptacles outdoors. The fire department vetted this bylaw. I remember asking for lots that are smaller, not as wide, perhaps the distance from a fence or from a structure could be less. But I was told, no, the fire department vetted this bylaw. It's important that the 15 feet limit between the fire and the structure be kept at that size. So I'm having a real hard time.
So just to clarify, the fire department didn't say anything about 15 feet in between these buildings. The fire department was talking about a receptacle for an open fire in someone's backyard.
Yes,
Yeah.
may I go on?
Sure.
So I think a condition of approval should be that the RM of West St. Paul's Fire Department sees this application and visits the property and reports to council and Red River Planning, I guess, and the applicant in writing its opinion about the suitability of this application at its proposed site. That's it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Link. I can go around the council table. I will just say that I'm concerned about the comments that you're raising, because you're saying that without it being 15 feet between building to building, that there's a significant fire risk here. And I don't believe that that's an appropriate statement to make. We have hundreds, thousands of people in West St. Paul that are in zones that have 4-foot side yards and 5-foot side yards. Those are older zones dating back, my neighborhood specifically dating back 70 years, that has 5 foot to the property line. I would not want residents watching this to think that an overwhelming majority of those homes are at significant risk of any kind of fire hazard. We have had our fire department, specifically our fire chief, make comments about trails development and the 4 feet to the property line. What you're suggesting then is the 58 homes that are in front of this proposed unit are at significant risk of fire because they're 4 feet or less. Our planner told us that they came forward with 37 properties, brought forward variances, and are less than 4 feet to the property line. Are you suggesting that those people should lay awake at night worrying that they're not safe? That is not the message that this council has ever received from our fire department. So I can't understand that you're creating a new minimum to say that unless your house is 15 feet away from another house, you're at significant risk. I'm not sure where you're coming up with this. Where are you finding this data?
I found the data in our bylaw.
But you're translating a receptacle of people holding an open bonfire.
No, a receptacle with a spark arrestor on it.
Yeah.
Has to be 15 feet away from a structure.
That's an open bonfire, Councillor Link. That's very different than the spacing between houses for fires.
I guess we have no risk of houses ever starting on fire. I guess we're just going to have an opinion. And if my opinion is different, your opinion is different.
I'm just trying to understand your opinion, and that you're suggesting that every house that is not 15 feet from another house is at significant risk of a fire, is what you're saying.
Of fire spreading easily.
So most homes in West St. Paul, because even in the rural overlay zone, there's like 10 feet to the property line. So all of the homes in West St. Paul are at risk of catching on fire. I just think we need to be careful of what we're saying.
Did our emergency coordinator and consultant show us videos of the danger of embers? That's how fires spread, with embers, and they spread easily. I remember the video.
And so your solution,
No,
Councillor?
I think that if we're going to have, there's not enough space between these units to be safe.
I just want to make sure we're not fear mongering based on houses being built. I have real concern of making those kind of comments.
Perhaps I am more fearful than you.
And so if I don't believe houses should be 15 feet apart, this arbitrary distance that I somehow don't respect fire safety, I'm going to refer this to the CAO.
To argue about this right now.
I don't.
The vote will go.
Yeah, I'm going to refer this to the CAO for some facts. Mr. CAO, has our fire chief commented on the distance between homes of 4 feet and made comment on his ability to fight fire in West St. Paul?
Yes, Mayor, I've actually just talked to the fire chief this week. He does not take issue with the side yards. I've talked to him about proposed 4-foot side yards coming up at another hearing. He had no concerns with that. I think that Councillor Link is referring to fire pits and an open fire that people are having in their yards. And yeah, there's always risk for fire in the city of Winnipeg and West St. Paul and East St. Paul. That's why we have fire departments. They've always been a risk, but to propose something like that is a little absurd. That's your opinion, and I respect that. But you know, we're comparing apples to oranges here.
I don't think so.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. CEO.
I'm very sorry that the CAO considers my points absurd. Thank you.
Councillor Bichetti, any comments on the fire safety?
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague? Oh, you're still on
Look,
mute.
just muted.
There you go.
Well, we have building inspectors visiting these sites. They are approving it, they're going there. And I know they're not there to see fire caused or anything that caused a fire. I'm very positive about that. And then a lot of factors have to play in fires. Wind conditions, anything. A house can be 60 meters away. If the wind is going in, the velocity of the wind going that way, it would blow that way. I would cause another structure to get fire. So it works with a lot of different optics of fire, lot of different optics. We can only pinpoint one thing. So long as we have all the checks and balances in place, then we're okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, any other comments?
Oh, I don't have any more comments.
Thank you. So we added drainage fencing design, architectural design approval to item number 6, Mr. Planner.
Yeah, so I can read the amended condition as I've written. So number 6 would be applicant/owner to revise the existing development agreement as deemed necessary by the CAO to address items deemed necessary by the CAO, including but not limited to A, drainage, B, fencing, C, architectural design approval, and D, restricting the proposed development to 1 story.
Perfect, thank you. So the mover I had on that was Councillor Bichetti, I believe, and Councillor Prague. Are you both okay with the amended changes?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Link, that addresses the concerns of drainage that you mentioned so that it is looked at and it comes back to council for review as part of the development agreement. Okay.
That's fine.
Great. All right, I will then ask for a recorded vote, Ms. Shaw. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. We are on item 5.5 and I will read the resolution to, do we want to do a, I'll ask you, you know what, we're going to do a quick break. We've gone 2.5 hours. Sorry, Mr. Planner, before I get you started on that. Let's take a quick break before this application and then we'll finish up the final 2 planning items so that we have a water break for everybody. So can we have 15 minutes? Give everybody a chance to grab water and take a bit of a break. So back here at, that puts us 15 minutes. Thank you.
Love? Yeah. You're back.
Thank you. We are on item 5.5 in our planning portion of our council meeting. And I will read the resolution to open up the public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recessed for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Planner, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this variance application, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time reviewing. It's on the adjacent properties to the previous application the council just reviewed. So of course, if anyone has questions or wants to review it in more detail, I can go back over the slides from the previous application, but I'm just going to do a brief overview of the proposal on these 4 lots. So that's 151, 155, 159, and 163 Loganberg Drive. And the variances that are being applied for are virtually the same as with the previous application. The numbers do change just slightly. So again, this is a location map showing the location of the properties. That red box indicates the location of the previous application. The applicant's site plan for this particular building, again, front yard variance is required to reduce down to 20 feet, a corner side variance to reduce from 30 to just over 10 feet. Interior side yard variances, 7 of them in total, and site coverage variances for each of the lots as well, ranging from 43.09% to 51.8%, up from the 40% currently permitted under the existing zoning regulations. The drawing submitted by the applicant, again, it's a 1-story building that's being proposed. Same roof layout, excuse me, as the previous application, and the renderings are the same as well. The photos of the subject property, slightly different views from the previous application, but again, similar photos, and the properties are directly adjacent to. Should the council approve this application, our office recommends the following conditions. They're the same as for the previous application, that variances are limited to what's being proposed, that the applicant obtains all required permits and approvals, that designated flood area permits, as well as flood protection, is provided. Number 4, the geotechnical engineering report is submitted. 5, that the applicant provide a revised drainage plan to the satisfaction of the RM. And number 6, that the applicant revise the existing development agreement and the same revisions that applied to the last application can certainly be applied to this one as well. So again, I won't dwell on this, but certainly if council has any desire to go back, I'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Go around the virtual council table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
No, thank you, Mr. Planner.
Councillor Bichetti, any questions?
No, I'm good with just adding the same conditions as we did on the last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any questions for the planner?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. No questions from me as well. Ms. Elias, have we got Mr. Rempel on the line again, the applicant?
Yes, hello.
Hi, welcome back.
Hey, thank you.
I don't know if you want to present again. I'm sure it would be same presentation if there's anything different that you're wanting to add for council on this application.
No, I think everything that I mentioned on the previous go around still holds true. So do the same.
Great, thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Mr. Rempel? Okay.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. Rempel?
No, thank you. You answered all my questions previously.
Thank you. And Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Rempel?
No, I don't have any questions for Mr. Rempel. Just thank you, Mr. Rempel.
You're welcome.
I just have one question based on some of the questions and comments that came forward on the last one. You said have built over 100 units. What is the typical side yard on the units that you've built in other communities?
Well, we did several side-by-side projects, and there was some more coming up. 4 feet is the typical side yard setback on those units, with 0 setback, obviously, on the units that are joined together. So 4 feet would be quite typical.
Thank you. Those were all my questions. Ms. Elias, do we have anybody registered in support, opposition, and for information on this application?
For this one, we also have Darren DeRoche and Derek Simmons in favor as well. In opposition, we have Richard Lebedinsky, and he's still with us if he has any additional comments.
Okay. Hi, Richard, welcome back. Are there any comments, Richard, that you're wanting to make regarding this application? I'll give him a minute, Ms. Elias. Is there anybody else registered wanting to speak on this application?
Other than Richard, we did have Michelle Taylor registered for information, and she had indicated that she wanted to speak on the items as well.
Hi, Ms. Taylor. Welcome back.
Thank you. And I have nothing else to add to that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And Richard, are you there? Anyone else wanting to speak, Ms. Elias?
No one else had indicated they wanted to speak, but again, for this application, in addition to Richard, we have Kathy Puzio registered against, Michael and Norma Alberg, Dominica and Peter Bailey, and Michelle and Chris Kippen registered against as well.
Thank you. And Richard, I'll check in with you again and see if you can hear me if you're wanting to speak on this application at all. Want to make sure we give everybody an opportunity. And I'm not hearing anything. Okay, we will move on. We have the letter from Mr. Levinsky, and we've also spoken to him on the other application. Richard, last chance if you're wanting to say anything on this application. And otherwise, I will go back to Mr. Rempel. Is there anything else that you're wanting to inform council of before we move on? Mr. Rempel, are you still there?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Sorry,
I just want to make sure and give you the opportunity in case there's anything else that you're wanting to add.
No, I think everything that needs to be said has been, so I think we're good.
Thank you. Any comments, questions for Mr. Rempel from council? Go ahead and raise your hand now. Otherwise, I'll move on. Okay, seeing none then, I will read the resolution to close the public hearing for discussion. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Bruschetti. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And the public hearing is closed. I will read the resolution and we can discuss as a council. Whereas an application for variance 14220 was received for the property located at 151, 155, 159, and 163 Loganberg Drive to allow a proposed 4-unit dwelling on the subject properties in the R3 multifamily dwelling zone from required 50 feet minimum front yard setback, 15-foot minimum side yard interior setback, 30-foot minimum side yard corner setback, 40% max site coverage, to 20-foot minimum front yard setback, 0 minimum side yard interior setback for all interior side yards of the properties listed above, except the southern interior side yard of 163 Loganberg Drive, where the side yard interior setback is 6 feet minimum. 10.146 feet minimum side yard corner setback 43.9 max site coverage for 151 Loganberg Drive, 51.80 max site coverage for 155 and 159 Loganberg Drive, and 48.13 max site coverage for 163 Loganberg Drive. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representations both for and against the application. Therefore, be it resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby approves variation order 14220 with the following conditions. 1, these variances are to reduce the minimum required side yards and front yards, as well as to increase the maximum permitted site coverage in order to allow for a 4-unit dwelling as proposed. Any changes may require new variance approvals. 2, applicant owner obtain all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from Red River Planning District, Manitoba Conservation and Climate, Manitoba Infrastructure, and the RM of West St. Paul. 3, designated flood area permits from Water Management, Planning and Standards, Manitoba Infrastructure, as well as flood protection, as outlined in policy 3.3.3 of the Red River Planning District Development Plan, must be provided for all structures. 4, applicant owner to submit a geotechnical engineering report demonstrating that the development will be safe from flooding, erosion, and bank instability in accordance with policy 3.3.5 of the development plan. 5, applicant owner to provide a revised drainage plan to the satisfaction of the RM if required by the municipal engineer. And 6, applicant owner to revise the existing development agreement as deemed necessary by the CAO. And Mr. Planner, I'll just have you read that last line that we revised for the first application.
Certainly. So number 6 would be applicant/owner to revise the existing development agreement as deemed necessary by the CAO to address items deemed necessary by the CAO, including but not limited to A, drainage, B, fencing, C, architectural design approval, and D, restricting the proposed development to 1 story.
Thank you. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion on this item? I'll go around the table. Councillor Prague, any discussion? Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any discussion on this item? Thank you. Councillor Link, any discussion?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Just my comments, as opposed to really discussion, my comments would be I want residents to have assurances of what's going to be built here finally. I think people are very concerned about what's coming. And I'm proud to support something where we can control what this will look like in the DA, that it's not going to be 2-story, that it will be bungalow. And over 400,000 in value is what we're being told. So I'm pleased that the residents in this area won't have to wonder what's going to end up beside them, and that they have some real assurances that what was proposed to them in the original plan when they bought their houses, bought their lots and built their houses is what's going to be there, and even better. They were told it would be side-by-sides and 2-story, and council has the ability to help this neighborhood move forward in a positive way. So that's why I'm supporting this. We can't have single family homes here, as I know that many would like, but we can help them to make sure that this is good quality next to them. So those are my comments. I guess just comments I had as well, I think for council for follow-up, there's 3 geotechnical reports that were done here. So I think moving forward, as it gets to the development agreement stage, a geotechnical report from the initial developer and follow up with another geotechnical report from Trek Engineering required by the RM more recently to confirm. So I think it'll be good when we get to the development agreement stage to talk about the 3 reports that have already been done and what the concerns are. So those are my comments. I'm going to ask Ms. Shaw for a recorded vote. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. So just to welcome back Councillor Kleiber, can we send a message to Councillor Kleiber that we are on the next, we're on the zoning bylaw amendment now, and I'll wait for her before we close the meeting and open up the public hearing. For those of you following along at home, we are on item 6.1.
Madam Mayor, I have sent Councillor Kleiber a message to rejoin the meeting.
Perfect, thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Kleiber. We're on item 6. And so we are not public hearing for this. And so I will turn it over to the planner to go over his report for us before reading the resolution for council to vote on third reading. Mr. Planner, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have been asked by the administration just to introduce this item, which is third reading for bylaw number 27-21P. This is to rezone land located at the northwest corner of Pipeline and Holmes Road. The existing zoning is A80 agricultural, and the proposed zone is M2 heavy industrial. The purpose of the rezoning is to facilitate an industrial subdivision. So this is the area to be rezoned. As I mentioned, it's from A80 agriculture to M2 heavy industrial, and it's at the northwest corner of Pipeline and Holmes Roads. Just going to give a brief overview of the application timeline. So the application was first submitted in October 2017. It was given first reading later that year. There was a public hearing with the second reading in February of 2018. There's a subsequent appeal which was dismissed by the Red River Planning District Board in April of 2018. One of the conditions of second reading was that council enter into a development and zoning agreement with the applicant, with the property owners. In September of last year, RM Council issued a resolution to approve that development agreement, and that agreement was fully executed as per administration by December 2nd of 2020. As a result, because the appeal hearing has been, the appeal has been dismissed, and because the zoning and development agreement has been entered into, council is now in a position to give the bylaw a third reading. That's all I have for this application. I will refer any questions about the application to the reports that were provided to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I'll go around and see if there are questions regarding the report. Councillor Prague, any questions to the planner regarding the report? Oh, you're still on mute.
I don't know if I should direct these questions to the planner. The questions I have here about this heavy industrial.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll just go around. If you don't have questions to the planner, that's okay. If there's concerns, go ahead. No problem.
No, I don't have any concerns with the planner's report. No.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any comments, questions regarding the planner's report?
Yeah, just more of a comment on the which one was it? The memo that came, memo to council on our package. It states that council approved the resolution, the number, on the September 21st, 2020 meeting, but it says to sign the required development and zoning agreement. Just to be clear, it was just the development agreement that we authorized to sign on. And it states in the in there that we did the development agreement and the zoning agreement. So like our resolution from that date states that it's only the zoning or the DA that we're approving, not the zoning, for clarification. So
Yes, and I'd clarified with the administration that the development agreement encompassed both the development and zoning parameters as were required as per the second reading resolution.
But just more to clarify, I guess, for people that didn't know what falls on what, just by putting the zoning in there, all we approved was basically on the DA, agreeing on the DA, not on anything to do with the zoning. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for the planner regarding his report?
Okay, I'm confused now by Councillor Bruchetti's question. But can you clarify for me, this was a dual application, so it was subdivision and zoning together, was it not?
I'm not aware if it was a combined hearing, but certainly there were related applications for the subdivision, which has been conditionally approved, as well as the zoning bylaw amendment, which is before council this evening. So there are related applications. There's a condition on the conditionally approved subdivision that would require this zoning bylaw amendment be completed. So in order for that subdivision to be completed, council would have to give third reading to this zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, my understanding was that it was a combined application. I might be wrong in that, but perhaps I don't know if anybody else can clarify that, because I think Councillor Bruschetti is kind of expressing the same kind of concerns with the DA agreement. Like, what was it for zoning, or was it for subdivision, or was it a combination? My understanding was this was a combination application. So so in this bylaw tonight, then what the third reading is for zoning then, is that correct? Or
That's
is
correct.
it, so it's not for the subdivision?
No.
Okay.
It's related to the subdivision in that council needs to finalize approval of the zoning bylaw amendment in order for the subdivision to be completed. But council's only looking at the zoning bylaw amendment this evening.
Okay, so does the subdivision automatically go through if the zoning is approved?
There are a number
You have
of
to come back to the table too.
It would not necessarily go back to council. It has been conditionally approved by council and the Red River Planning District Board. There are a number of conditions that require fulfillment, one of which is completion of the rezoning. But it wouldn't necessarily, the subdivision wouldn't come back to council. I don't believe there are any conditions that would require further council approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner regarding his report?
I have comments. The first reading, I'll just confirm with the planner, the first reading took place, first reading of this zoning amendment bylaw took place in December of 2017. Now that is over 3 years ago. I'm going to read you a section of the Municipal Act. It's section 144, and the title above section 144 reads Rescission of Previous Bylaw Readings. Section 144 says the previous readings of a proposed bylaw are rescinded if the proposed bylaw A, and this applies, does not receive third reading within 2 years after first reading.
So,
we can't vote on this.
Go ahead, Mr. Patton.
Rescinded.
So I did confirm with community planning that planning related bylaws are exempt from that expiry. So there is a section specifically in the Planning Act, although I don't have the number section before me at the moment, that specifically exempts planning-related applications such as this from that section of the municipal act that you just read. So council can certainly give third reading. The previous readings are not rescinded.
I'd like to see that section of the Planning Act, and my understanding is the Municipal Act trumps the Planning Act.
I will take a look here and see if I can locate the specific section of the Planning Act.
Councillor Link, I can comment on that as well. Ms. Elias looked into that as well as our municipal lawyer, and our municipal lawyer brought that to council before we discussed the DA. And so that was discussed in camera to look into whether or not we could proceed given the time frame.
Madam Mayor, I can provide some guidance to our planner.
Sure.
He would refer to section 185 of the Planning Act.
Right, so I can read that for council if you'd like.
Yes.
So section 135 of the Planning Act titled Third Reading Deadline does not apply states that clause 144A of the Municipal Act does not apply to a development plan bylaw, zoning bylaw, or secondary plan bylaw.
Then I apologize heartily to council and to the planner. I don't recall hearing this when we did the DA. I do recall talking about the fact that since only one of us was on council at the time that this, one of us was on council, that was Councillor Prague, when this came up last, and you yourself had recused yourself from a vote. There was discussion about, was it all right for those of us who had not participated and did not have the background information that the previous council had, that whether or not it was proper for us to take part. And I believe our lawyer did say that it was proper for us to take part in a vote. But other RMs could have a different decision. That's my recollection. Thank you.
Yeah, we sought legal advice on a number of issues on this application. Yeah, for a number of reasons. So we had Maria Grande, our lawyer, come in a number of times and provide us with advice. Absolutely. All right, if there are no further questions to the planner, I'll read the resolution and then I'll go around the table again for discussion. Be it resolved that bylaw 2017-21P, being a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul to amend the zoning map for 899 Holmes Road from A80 Agriculture 80 acres parcel zone to M2 Heavy Industrial Zone, to be read a third and final time, signed, sealed, and therefore passed as a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Prague, and I will go around the table again for discussion. Councillor Prague, I'll start with you again.
I'd like to make an opening statement. I'm not against any business moving to West St. Paul, but certain businesses are supposed to be located at certain areas. This area in question we're talking about is heavy industrial. I have a problem with this. There is a development in close proximity where this proposed heavy industrial want to locate. Within this new development, they're been there before. Some of the homes there are over $1 million in worth. People put their life savings into these homes and they want value for their property. And I don't disagree with that. I know They spent a lot of money doing their yards, things like that, doing their homes. And unto today, there's still construction of homes going on in that area. That's my number one point. Number 2 point is the residents of this area here is using Pipeline Road to go to their respective destinations. Example, taking their children to school, they attending their place of employment or going out for leisure. Pipeline Road and the perimeter is a very dangerous intersection, very dangerous. And to have heavy equipment coming on with these, onto this on pipeline where the residents use with heavy equipment, and so we're putting the lives of these residents in jeopardy. We're putting their children's lives in jeopardy. As I said in my opening statement, I don't have anything against any business moving to West St. Paul. There is designated areas where they can be located. In this specific property, they can be ordered light industrial that can go there, not heavy industrial, because of this development that's been there for a few years. And the councillor for that area could tell you about the amount or the cost of these homes in there. And the people, the residents there take pride in their homes because it's their life savings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Bichetti, I'll go to you for your comments.
I'm not going to get into the same thing. I completely agree with what Councillor Prague was saying about the development in that area that, you know, has big concerns, and they should have concerns. There's also been changes over the last, I guess, 4 or 5 years that this has been on the go. We've got, you know, way more traffic happening in that area since we've had the Seven Oaks bus terminal come in, putting in school buses that are going down Grassmere to McPhillips, down Pipeline to the perimeter. We now have a new school coming on Holmes, which will be directing traffic up to Pipeline at that controlled intersection. That is already one of the busiest, most dangerous intersections probably on the perimeter for this side of the city anyway. And I have a problem with having the big equipment. It's too heavy as far as I'm concerned. It's too heavy of a use for that area. And I don't think the infrastructure can handle it. I understand there's changes being talked about, but we as a council can't tell you when those changes are going to be happening, what upgrades are going to be happening. And we have a lot of residents in that area with concerns that are traveling that every day. And we've had concerns prior to this heavy industrial coming in with lighting, the traffic, all that stuff that's happening there. So till I see what kind of upgrades happening to that area, when they will be happening, I don't believe this is the right area for it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bichetti. Councillor Link, any comments?
I'm extremely pleased to hear comments that I agree fully with from both the previous councils. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Kleiber, any comments?
Well, I think I echo the concerns of my fellow councillors, and certainly with regards to traffic, I know somebody that was killed at that perimeter corner of Pipeline and the perimeter. And Councillor Bichetti's correct. We've had a lot of traffic there now, and we have a school there now. And there are, I think, one of the decisions we made recently is there was a business that was there before other things. And in this case, we have homes that are there before other things. And as a council, we have to consider our residents. And so although we welcome businesses, I would have to agree, I do not believe that this M2 heavy industrial is the type of business that we should have there. So I think if it was something else, possibly, but this type, I would have concerns with drainage, with septic, with all kinds of things. So I think that I have to agree with my counselors on my fellow counselors on this.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. It sounds like we have a council in 100% agreement, which is not always the case, but I echo the comments raised by council members here. Very concerned about what existing residents might have to put up with. Heavy industrial was not something that they thought would appear there when they built their homes in our community. And there should be some confidence and assurances to residents when they build their beautiful homes in our community that they're not going to be living across the street from heavy industrial. So I echo those concerns as well. Well said. One thing I would like to mention is I know there's been uncertainty in our community about why this has taken so long to get back to the table. Mr. Patton, our planner, presented that information about how long this has gone on. I would just like to assure our residents that our staff do their job, that we can't force developers to move forward on development agreements. I'd like to say that the process that we've been in was highly unusual in that the previous council recommended that a development agreement be signed before a third reading was given, which puts us in a very difficult spot in that we could not have this vote tonight until a development agreement was done. So that development agreement is done. Council is able to review all of the information and evidence and come up with a vote and decision tonight. But we followed the process. That was a unique process and not something typically done, certainly not something done by this council since then to require a development agreement before third reading. So yeah, very unusual, and this is across two different councils. As Councillor Link said, we had got legal advice on this before, how we move forward, given that not everyone was present for a public hearing, how we move forward on that. So we've done our part to make sure that when we get to a point of making these decisions on something unusual, that we've really done our due diligence at our end. So I share the concerns of council on this matter. So we have a recorded vote as a third reading for a bylaw. I will call for the question from council. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that is unanimously defeated. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Planner, for joining us tonight and for sharing the information. Another long planning evening in West St. Paul. We appreciate your advice and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We still have an hour. I'm going to go through then and start at our.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we have a half hour without an extension.
Okay, so let's do a resolution to extend this meeting till 10:30 then. Be it resolved that we extend this meeting to 10:30. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded. I know nobody wants to stay late. Councillor Prague. Thank you. I know. All those in favor of staying till 10:30? Opposed? I know. And that is carried. Sorry. All right. Just to make sure we deal with some important matters of people getting paid, I'm going to jump down to 10.1 and read the resolution there for accounts. Be it resolved that vouchers 41620 to 41771 as listed and totaling $1,381,578.28, void checks 41649 and 41689 total 49 and 41689 totaling $5,568.14. I'll just read the resolution, Councillor Kleiber, and then I'll take your question. November Visa payments totaling $10,734.99 and manual payments totaling $15,513.52 be approved as presented. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Councillor Kleiber, question on this item?
No, I actually wanted to know why we skipped the meetings.
Because I want to make sure that we get the things we need to get done. So I'm coming back to that. I just want to jump to the things where we make sure that everybody gets paid.
Okay, so, okay, sorry.
Just, I'm altering the order a bit just to make sure we get those things done. I got a mover and a seconder. Any questions? Councillor Link, you had your hand up. Go ahead. Oh, you're still on mute.
I apologize. I am going to abstain from the payment register for the same reason that I abstained from the payment register during August planning meeting. There is a payment regarding a project that was not approved by the budget bylaw or by a resolution to change a project. So I will not vote to approve this payment register.
Okay. So which item is that, Councillor Link? And just so you know that in our new procedural bylaw, the reason won't be listed, but your abstention will be listed.
An item, you all know which item it is. And if you would like me to read that out, I will.
Sure.
Okay, 1 second. Let's see. I have to find it. Yes, check number 41760.
417. Okay. Michelle Taylor, care of Prairie Natural Garden Supplies, and your reasoning is that, go ahead.
If you check our tax levy bylaw, our tax bylaw for 2020, the last item in a capital expenditure that was approved was a project involving the Teal Cove traffic circle. Prairie Naturals was to work to improve and make a garden on the Teal Cove circle, traffic circle. That project was approved. The project was changed following third reading of the budget bylaw. Somehow, there was no resolution that could have been made to change the project, unfortunately. So it hasn't, point out the resolution in a meeting minutes if I'm wrong, please.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Link, for your comments. Yep, that was approved, came to council. The changes were made based on the recommendations of the area councillor in a 4-page email that you submitted to council. And if you wanted a resolution, why did you not propose a resolution to council?
We discussed this in camera, Mayor Christian, never knowing how the decision was made to change this project. Tell me where the resolution is, Mayor Christian.
Councillor Link, where's your resolution?
You point of order here. We're in the check registry. I believe she's abstained from it, and let's do the point of order of the check registry.
Thank you. I agree. I agree. Thank you, Councillor Bassetti.
Thank you.
Well,
all right, we have a mover and a seconder for the check registry, and I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Link has said she abstained. Thank you. I'm going to go down now to items 15.2, our 2019 draft audited financial statements. Councillor Kleiber.
I know that we've had some issues with interrupting and so forth, and I'm just wondering if we just not interrupt each other, if we just let her finish our sentences, and then, you know, I'm trying to respect that myself because I have done that in the past, but there's a little button on the bottom where we can raise our hands. So if we could do that, even if we're saying point of order, I think that would be respectful.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber.
Sorry, I apologize. I just didn't want somebody to say something that they, you know, shouldn't have came out. There's another place we can talk about this. So.
All right, thank you. 15.2 draft audited financials. Be it resolved that the Council of the Real Municipality of West St. Paul approve the 2019 draft audited financial statements. We talked about that at the committee of the whole meeting and had opportunity to ask questions. If I will go around, I get a mover first. Mover to approve the draft financials. Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any further discussion on this? We discussed at the committee of the whole meeting. Hearing and seeing none, then I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, excuse me, and that is carried. I'm going to be jumping down now to 15.3, 2021 rented equipment rates tender package. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul do hereby adopt the hourly rate proposals submitted by qualified bidders for the 2021 equipment rental construction season based on that the lower qualified bidders equipment for each type of classification will be given first opportunity to be engaged by the RM of West St. Paul in the event that the lower bidder for each type and classification of equipment cannot or will not provide said equipment to fulfill the RM of West St. Paul's requirements, then the RM of West St. Paul reserves the right to engage the next lowest bidder. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any further discussion? Again, we talked about that at the committee of the whole. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Yeah, so, okay. So I just want to clarify that this was a sealed bid and that this was compiled by our operations manager and awarded by him. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. And I think just so everybody knows, at the bottom of your screen, there's a share screen and then there's a hand. And you just have to press that little hand to raise your hand or lower your hand. Okay.
Thank you. I'm watching each of you. We probably won't need that. I just go around the table and see if there's questions usually, so we probably won't, but it is a good feature to have. Everyone's had an opportunity to review the administrative report, very detailed administrative report that we talked about at the committee of the whole meeting. Very much appreciate the breakdown on lowest bidders and the information there with additional notes provided too. So excellent report. Any further discussion? Hearing Councillor Link, go ahead.
Just wish to thank our CAO for providing me with answers to my questions. I received the answers today, and basically I understand all those answers except for one. So I'll let that one go. Maybe I'll ask again another day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further comment, then I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, I'm going to jump back up to confirmation of the minutes. Item 7.1, special meeting of December 8th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on December 8th, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any questions, comments regarding the special meeting of December 8th? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. 7.2. We have committee of the whole meeting on December 8th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of council held on December 8th, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any comments on the committee of the whole meeting December 8th? Go ahead, Councillor Link, and then Councillor Kleiber.
I don't know if anybody else had difficulty understanding or following the sequence of events for the minutes. I had a big problem understanding the sequence of events between 3.1 and 4.1.
Okay.
That was my same concern because I return to the meeting in 3.1 and leave it in 4.1.
Okay. Ms. Shaw? Any?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can comment on that.
Sure.
As council can see in the minutes under number 2, we moved to item 4.1.1, which is when Councillor Kleiber recused herself. Following 4.1.1, we moved to item 3, and that's when Councillor Kleiber returned to the meeting following 3.1. So that's just how the notes to the pre and post notes will work in that set of meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the committee of the whole meeting? Seeing and hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. 7.3, regular meeting of December 10th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on December 10th, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any comments, questions for the meeting of December 10th? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We are 7.4, special meeting of December 15th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on December 15th, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion on those meeting minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Lots of meeting minutes approving tonight. Special meeting of December 17th, be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on December 17th, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any comments on the meeting minutes of December 17th? Go ahead, Councillor Link.
I think we need to look at the decision that is recorded for item 4.1. I think we all need to look at that. I think that decision is not what we decided. It was unanimous, I remember, but not that way.
In what sense, Councillor Link?
4.1. We carried 4.1?
Says that we agreed to open the rink.
Yeah.
We actually did the opposite.
Yep. Yep, Ms. Shaw, that was defeated.
Apologies, Madam Mayor, that will be corrected.
Thank you, Councillor Link.
Welcome.
Any other concerns with the minutes? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Right, we are down to 7.6, December 23rd. Be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on December 23rd, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any concerns on those minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And finally, 7.7, special meeting of January 6th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on January 6th, 2020 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Pereg. Any questions, concerns on those minutes? Seeing and hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. All right, we've completed the accounts. We've got 11, the payroll monthly statement. Be it resolved that the payroll for the month of December as follows be approved as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. We are down to 13, the CAO report. And I'll read the resolution, then we can go through. Be it resolved that the Council of the Arm of West St. Paul accept the CAO report as information. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Bichetti. We have the CAO December report. Any comments, questions there? CAO has a comment on his report, including staff reports in that. Mr. CAO.
Hi, Council. I just want to point out that there's a small statement in there from our Acting Director of Finance that she wants to commend the finance staff that they've gone through a few changes in the last year with some of the staff going on leave. Acting Director is new to the municipal scene, is a professional accountant, but working with the staff, they came into the year end under a lot of pressure to get a lot of things done in a short time frame, and she just commends the finance staff in there. So I just wanted it to be noted, and for council to make sure that, if you haven't seen that little note in the Acting Director's report of finance, take a look. And I seen they were in on the weekends, some big utility year end, regular year end stuff, payrolls and that takes a lot of work. So commending that staff.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. My comments on the CEO report, I'd like to commend them. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, we're good now. Just to commend them for including information on grants that we've applied for. A tree grant, trail grant in progress, grant announced, submission deadline February 15th. So I know that there was questions in the past about have we applied for trail grants to try and get more money for extending our trails. So I like to see that in there so that residents are able to see that as well with some of the deadlines on that. We have our council December report. Any comments on the council reports, questions? Councillor Kleiber?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get my report in, but I'll have it in for the next meeting.
No problem. We've got the 2020 fire department call breakdown. Fire department's always very busy. Like to see that and have everybody open to our residents to see how hard our fire department is working to keep us safe. And animal control December report there's locked. Hearing no further comments, I've got a mover and a seconder. I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, that is carried. Thank you. 14.1, we have our miscellaneous communication for the month of December. Be it resolved that the council, the rural municipality of West St. Paul, accept the miscellaneous correspondence for the month of December as information. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any comments, discussion on the miscellaneous correspondence? Councillor Kleiber, then Councillor Link, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to, is the Premier's letter part of the miscellaneous correspondence, or is that a separate thing?
Separate.
Okay.
We can talk about it because there's no, it's separate. We'll do the vote on the miscellaneous correspondence and then I'll get to that. Sure.
Okay, so I'll chime in when it's time.
Councillor Link, question, comment on the miscellaneous correspondence package?
Yeah, I think we've talked about this before. I know I have, but I didn't. There's a specific question I have. I'm referring to the speed display devices, the driver feedback signs in Association of Manitoba Municipalities policy highlights. Driver feedback signs along provincial highways within the municipal boundaries. We are getting one or we've got one. And if we haven't got it, when are we going to get it?
Can I refer that question to you, Mr. CAO?
Okay. Hi, Councillor Link. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, the the last I knew, it was just before the Christmas. I think that that was to be delivered to Public Works. So I'd have to follow up on that and see if it made it to Public Works. But I had a correspondence that said it was being sent. So I will follow up with that tomorrow and you know, get moving with this.
Thank you. I'll be anxious to know how the decision is made as to where to put this thing to begin with.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding the miscellaneous correspondence? Right, I will call for the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and we're on the Premier's letter. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
I just want to know if we had an update as to what happened in our municipality with COVID over Christmas. Did we have any fines? Did we have any issues? Do we have an update on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. CEO. I'm just gonna.
We had no fines, no issues. So the residents of West St. Paul were tightening their belts and were being very careful what they were doing. So no, we didn't have any issues.
That's good to hear. I hope they give us some loosen the restrictions a little bit for some of it, for our population. The numbers have gone down significantly, so it would be nice to see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Prague and then Councillor Link. Go ahead, Councillor Prague.
I know we have ambassadors. I saw two girls walking in River Edge. They had like vests on. Are they the ambassadors?
Yes, those are our ambassadors.
Yeah, they were walking and they had a special vest on. Okay, it was nice seeing them out on the street. Thank you.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
Questions. First one is, were we connected to the line that people could call for follow-up to complaints? And how many times were our ambassadors called out on situations?
Are we connected to the provincial complaint line?
Well,
No.
they specially set up a complaint line, and they said they would be coordinating with all the municipalities about complaints. If there were complaints in our area, they would be forwarded to our area. That was my understanding. Maybe I was wrong.
Mr. CEO.
Our ambassadors are networked in, and we didn't have anything forwarded to us by the province. But we were acting on complaints that were sent in or called into our office, and there were none. We had absolutely none. We paid some visits to, you know, we had our eyes on the street, and you know, we seen some things going on, but they were orderly in that. And you know, the program is about more about education and reminders for people.
Well, I would like to make a suggestion that perhaps we want our residents to not shy away from our ambassadors. We want them to greet our ambassadors. I'm wondering if perhaps in the next newsletter we could have pictures of our ambassadors so that people could recognize them. I'd like to be able to recognize them. Thank you.
That's the plan. Absolutely. We've done 2 newsletter articles on the ambassadors, and I believe we've sent email blasts out as well. And I've posted on my Facebook page because I don't want people to be concerned that these ladies are running around issuing tickets. We want people to understand what they're doing. They're welcoming new people to the community. They're more of a presence on the street. Our council was going in that direction, and this helped us move along and get that way. So friendly ambassadors, that's why they're called that. They're not out enforcers, right? They're ambassadors for our community. We're all in this together. So, yep. I'm really proud of our community that we have these ladies going around smiling in their vests. So excellent idea to get their pictures so they're recognizable. Maybe a little write-up about who they are, the way that we profile staff. Yeah, great idea. Any other comments then on the Premier's letter? We can see when you guys read the letter that there's pressure for municipalities to be helping and supporting the province. So we're doing our part. 14.3, we've got multi-material stewardship Manitoba payments there, so that is listed. And then we have 14.4, the City of Winnipeg Met Region 2050 initiative and Bill 37, formerly Bill 38. And so we've received that as information as well. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Maybe the CAO can answer this question because I'm on the MMR committee. I was in a conference recently and some of the municipalities have an electronic recycling depot. What do our residents do for, and I'm glad Councillor Craig is going to jump in because he was on the committee before me. What do our residents do for electronic recycling?
Go ahead, Mr. CAO.
For electronic recycling, we have City of Winnipeg has recycling, electronic recycling depots that are close to us. So it's we're not a remote community or an isolated community. We also partner up with East St. Paul once a year to do electronic recycling and special waste recycling. And we're always open to ideas. If you're attending these meetings and you can bring up ideas, bring them back to the council, be more than happy to discuss them.
And just before I go to Councillor Prague, Mr. CAO, we also had a partnership with East St. Paul 2 years ago for about 2 or 3 years running, where our residents could drop off our material at a station that they had as well. We worked with them. I guess with COVID, I think this is the first year we haven't done that in a few years. Go ahead, Councillor Prague.
There's a place in Selkirk too that accept these. They usually speak at the MAR seminars and things like that. And there's a place in Selkirk. And they reuse these things for the less unfortunate. They refurbish them and give the less unfortunate. And the company is based in Selkirk. And they usually speak at the MAR when we have seminars and so. So they speak there and you get to know, where to go and things like that. All the new updates on recycling, things like these. That's why these MAR seminars are very interesting.
Thanks for that. And I think, I don't know if we've posted anything like that on our website, but maybe once I have a little bit more on seminars and what's going on out there, we can post where our residents could recycle electronics, because I know I've got some recycling to do. I'm sure other people do too.
Very good. Yep. And then the last one was the statement from Mayor Brian Bowman regarding Winnipeg Metro Region. So our council had a resolution suspending our participation in the Metro Region Board until some issues got addressed. And one of the most significant was that we want to make sure that our council, all of you, get to see Plan 2050. And I'm so pleased that Mayor Bowman is now supporting that as well, and wanting his council and all councils to see the draft of Plan 2050, to vote on it before it goes to the province and becomes part of Bill 37. So that brings to West St. Paul, Niverville, Headingley, Selkirk raising concerns. So I'm really proud of our council and the leadership that we took on this in October, wanting a better process. This impacts all of us. So it's very good. We have a great working relationship with our partners in the region. Item 15.1, miscellaneous meeting dates. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul authorize attendance at the following meetings as listed. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded by Councillor Bichetti. Any comments, questions on the miscellaneous meeting dates? Hearing and seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
I don't know if you could talk about this, but I'm going to ask. You can say no. Gateway Church meeting. Do we have any updates on that? Because I know people in the community are talking about the different schools that are going up, and we know that the one on Holmes is going up. Have we got any updates for our residents regarding that, or can we speak about them?
What can be talked about? I think we're much closer in that moving ahead. I don't know if that would, go ahead, Mr. CEO.
Yes, so the Gateway School is, they have everything put together now, and the process took a while. It was, they had different things going and COVID hit, but I expect that you'll probably see stuff being done at the school site within the next few weeks. They're going to be putting their entrance in, and then I expect work to begin on the church. So they want to be having that church and school active in 2022. So 2021 is going to be their build year that they build. So before spring hits, you'll be seeing a lot of construction action there. And we spent some time with the Gateway School putting the final touches to this in December. So I'm happy to say you're going to see action there now.
Thanks for the update. I think that, I'm always scared when we don't have the information, because then the rumors fly. And so it's nice to kind of, give the real information so that people know what's going on. So thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions regarding the miscellaneous meetings? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. We are item 15.2. We did that. 15.3. We did that. And so now we are moving in camera for items 18. So I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with section 152.3 of the Municipal Act, Council do now move in camera to discuss reports of the Ombudsman, legal matters and personnel, and be it further resolved that in accordance with section 83(1)D of the Municipal Act, any issues that are discussed are kept confidential until discussed at a regular meeting of council. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. And if I can have Brian let us know, Ken, that when we are not live.
too?
No.
No, Councillor Kleiber, I've made up for you.
Okay, we've got 5 seconds, Madam Mayor.
5 seconds. Bring it together, everybody. We're going live.
4, 3, 2, 1.
To anyone still sticking around and has the patience waiting on us, thank you. We are out of camera and we have a resolution regarding Manitoba Ombudsman file numbers. Bear with me while I read the new resolution on it. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul accepts the Manitoba Ombudsman response to file 2018-0246, 2019-0033, 2019-0055, and file number 2019-0056. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Items 18.35 and 18.36 and 18.3.7 are being tabled to the council meeting of January 28th. And I will read the resolution to adjourn the meeting. Be it resolved that this meeting of council be adjourned. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded by Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Meeting adjourned before our 10:30 deadline. Thank you, council.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoy the rest of your evening, what's left of it. Good night.